maybe Naira climbing to 7-month high on growing FX reserves, for me, it's really, I think that I feel strongly about that one. That's the one that's most relatable because obviously I spend in Naira right before now.
I will always want to say that. Want to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I will always say for me, look, anytime we celebrate the Naira, there's a big smile on my face. Do you know why?
Why?
For a long time, the Naira has been relegated to the back. We've always been blowing not just second or third, probably fifth fiddle. It is time for the Naira to begin to gain weight. And if at some point, meaning to say that we should increase like what we're experiencing with China, doing business with them, where we can now see we're buying, goods from China, and there's actually trade going on, the yen and the Naira boycotting the dollar, no offense by the way, which means the Naira is doing well.
It's a good thing we're celebrating this way, but don't also forget that it was far better than this a long time before.
A long time ago.
Well,
that's a long time.
When I hear us celebrating Naira, and then I'm just checking the difference, and I'm actually not seeing much. But at the same time, I think we should celebrate it because it's better than going higher. If it could come this way and be maintained, I think, it will be better.
It is our currency, really. Truth be told, normally, what makes a sovereignty is the fact that they can, spend their own currency, trade in their own currency within the confines of their country. But when you see people spending foreign currency in your own country, you as a citizen, you're spending a foreign currency in your own country, it makes you begin to wonder what's going on. There's this lack of trust. There's this thing that goes, where's your level of patriotism? If you want the economy to grow, right, we must trust and believe that the Naira will appreciate. It's only a matter of time.
I don't know. Yeah, another thing that actually struck my attention is this Abia greed.
Yes.
It's a good thing now because a lot of investors, you could see, even from the story, you could see that investors are actually very well partnering with the governor, and he's taking advantage of it.
I would chip in there.
Yeah.
Look, to be honest with you, when people say that investors are now looking at coming in, I'm saying investors have been there since. The problem is the level of racketeering, the level of, all those regulators have been clamping down on them too much. It's about time to loosen the noose around their neck. Let them breathe some air.
I agree with you, but then you see, now with the way the governor is actually taking advantage of, all this, right, partnering with people that matter to actually make it easy for business owners, because Abia State, that's where Aba is, and you can imagine the industrious nature of
That's
that
the heartbeat of our economy
they
to an
have
extent.
electricity advantage, like the governor is trying to, is bringing, in the states, like they already have, or it's already showing. Trust me, they'll be the better for it.
So again, not too far ago, right, in this studio, we spoke about the good things Alex Oti is doing. We also mentioned the fact that most people who now do business in Aba can actually go to work, go to their businesses, come back without turning on their generator to keep their fresh food or whatever they sell,
right,
frozen, the drinks frozen, which is a good thing. However, there is a clause to that. On the flip side, what this means is that we will have more people coming in to want to partner with the government, which is not bad. It's good. Healthy competition. Now, that's the question now. Would we see, now we're here in another one, right? Would we see this as being positive all the way? Or will, at some point, federal government, who obviously are in charge of the national grid and all these other discos and gencos, begin to say, wait a minute, these guys are boycotting us. What's going on here? And I tell you, once there is any slight sense of monopolization, regulators will come in.
True.
Not necessarily within the states. There will be something from the federal government that will say, look, we're not making money out of this guy. These guys are becoming independent in a country that's already independent. So you realize now a lot of interest will come, which is why, give and take, they might want to frustrate one or two of his efforts that has to do with him leaning towards the federal government. You will see these things. Why? No government wants to actually allow a part of it to be severed away totally. Not at all.
But you know what I see, right? I see Abia State being a pace setter in so many ways, Governor Alex Oti has done so much in Abia State, since he came into the administration. And really, I think that there's something to learn from himself. There's also something to learn from what's the Ogun State governor
too.
Yeah, Dapo Abiodun. There's a lot to learn from them, and I think that other states can just lean in and pick something. When we see things that are working, at least Abia State people, when you come online, one thing about social media, even if we lie to ourselves, social media won't lie.
At
When you
some
come
point,
online, you mostly see commendations.
Exactly.
So I must really give that to the Abia State.
Okay, so
I hope we're not running out of time in our
No.
Because I actually am very impressed with Aradel Holdings. You know, because that's,
I think it's time for me to go and buy shares.
that's a share of over, how many? 2 billion. I'm at 22 billion. How much?
22 billion naira.
So
It's quite high. And to think that, they've been in existence, but I know that their name, the Aradel Holdings, they just changed that not even up to 2 years ago. And they're doing well.
all right, so
I want to buy shares. I don't know about you.
well,
Definitely you should.
the thing about shares that if you get shares, be rest assured that you have to monitor it as time goes by. The economy will have a way of, either making it to be in your favor or not. And if you're the kind of person who is not critical of this information, you just sit back and say, okay, I've got shares, not giving money now, let me forget about it. In the long run, if not you, your children are going to benefit from it. So you must understand how those shares affect the economy, in return, how the economy affects in such a way that you can benefit from it, and know how to use that as a platform to bid for other jobs. Do you know that if you have shares in a particular holding, it gives you an advantage? What's the advantage? It gives you room to be able to bargain for jobs. So you're the kind of person who does a lot of contracts. I do on side contract. Apart from media, I do a lot of side contracts. So I know that if I probably want to go to, talk to some certain key person, I'll ask you, okay, so what are the indications that you can handle this? So give and take, right? I will agree both of you. At least for the first time now. Having shares.
BusinessDay for all the headlines.
Right, and speaking of agreements, just the final headline on Intra-African Fair, surpassing their targets with $43.3 billion on their trade deals. I think it's also commendable. If you look at the news today, for a change, everything is sort of on the positive side. And we don't always see that, from Aradel being listed in the NGX and 22 billion naira to naira climbing to 7-month high because of our growing FX reserves, also to OT signing the Abia mini grid law. Everything has just been on the positive side. But I'm also really excited to know that the next Intra-African trade fair will be hosted in Nigeria. That for me is a milestone, huge achievement for us.
That African countries are coming together. So much we gain from it. So much partnership. So just you name it. When I heard of it, when I read that, I was so impressed. And then, it expanded my horizon. And then I was like, oh my God, this is time to start thinking inward, thinking deep, and making something out of it.
So
Certainly.
there are areas that we should look at, right? And then pinpoint these things and magnify them. One, the fact that other side businesses will benefit from it. Those who do little sales back and forth around that area to create trade around. It will now, on the upstream, give room for networking. Now that's where business are done, not necessarily physical goods and and currency. The idea of exchanging communication, as in exchanging ideas, that alone is huge. Now I will tell you, it has been proven that when ideas turn to action, billions are made. But when action becomes an idea, money could be lost. You see, regressive, progressive. And this kind of event that we're looking out for, anyone who's a stakeholder in every sector will need to attend. However, there's a challenge now. Location matters a lot. If the location is not going to be favorable enough, foreigners always say that if you want your business to grow, have one thing in mind: location. So the location has to be key. Now look at all the indicators that could spell boom or doom for this now. Location has to be key. Secondly, they must have proper network such a way that they can have PPP, right? that private partnership deal where
Yeah, it has to
everyone,
come
all
in.
yes, all stakeholders are part of
It
it.
has come in. I'm also looking at it like it's an advantage for governors, an advantage for African leaders to actually learn from each other, diversify, make
I will
moves.
bust your bubble now. Once you bring in politics 100%, it's not going to have any way forward.
It's not a political thing.
Do you know why?
It's not a political
I know,
thing.
I know.
I don't know if we're digressing a bit
I
because
will talk.
You think
we're
we're
talking on the
digressing?
business side. No. Like, I mean, from
What,
Valentine's side.
I mean is because you mentioned bringing the government part of it.
Yes.
I will say this. Let us just stay with the confines of it being solely private thing. If we can do that, I'm not saying the government wouldn't add value. I'm just saying that look,
They're part of it already. That's all I'm
yes,
saying.
yes,
Certainly, because it's even the Jumoke Oduwole, she was the one who
there we go.
announced it.
I take back my word.
Yeah, she's the one who announced it.
They
And
have to be a
they are
part of
pretty
it
much
for
part
to
of
make a
it.
headway, trust me.
Certainly.
But the thing is, they should take advantage of it. Learn, different policies, business angles, that they could bring into their various countries and expand and actually make the people benefit.
So how,
To be honest, if
yeah.
just like Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, my mentor, says yesterday, she says if you're not in Nigeria, you're not anywhere. Although that's a little bit of for on the fun side of things. But really, if it hasn't been hosted in Nigeria, then
makes you think that
what the giants of Africa.
but wait,
Algeria did an amazing job with it. I mean, it's just concluded. I have a couple of my friends who are just back. But it being in Nigeria is where all of the commercial activities
Exactly.
what
are
makes you
going.
think Nigeria is the biggest market?
Excuse me, aren't you a Nigerian?
So I want to stay on the fence now, right? I don't want to allow my emotions to sway. Yes, I'm
Yes.
Nigerian.
Aren't you a
But-
Nigerian?
Nigeria is always a big market.
Are you seeing our
Why-
creative sector, our fashion sector, our music
so-
sector? Who's doing it better?
So prove to me now that Nigeria is a bigger market for this event to hold. Just tell me two things. You mentioned two now. You're beginning to make me begin to think otherwise.
I talked about our fashion.
Okay.
Let's leave fashion. I'm talking about our businesses. Our real estate sector
Entrepreneurship.
is thriving.
A lot of things can come
There's
out
a
of
whole
it.
lot-
And
there's
it
a
will-
lot
it will
going
be-
on
it will
right
be
here.
advertising
There's
even
something-
for our tourism.
Yes,
Something you
exactly.
mentioned. If you mention that one, then I know that yes, we're okay with
Mention it.
it. We are not looking at the human capacity.
We have our human
We
capital
have
is
it.
certainly
That is the-
Our
that's-
our
that is-
human
that's-
capital.
that-
No,
that-
that's not the only.
Not only that is the main reason why I think that no other country will.
But that is what is driving the economy. So I didn't need to even
Exactly.
mention that, because when I talk about our creative sector, our fashion, creative sector spans across different things from clothing
Hold on.
to everything.
Fashion and music doesn't equal to population.
Who is driving it? Is it not the human?
But are you
But-
saying we do
but-
not have the
but-
population? We do.
The point
It's
is,
the human capital now.
I want a case for us to say, look, give and take. The reason why it will thrive
Mm.
in this country is because we have that human capital base. Yes,
Certainly.
any other country can have fashion, can have music.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, the numbers we have is the reason why we're a giant of Africa.
Certainly.
It's not- it's not-
They're taking advantage of
Yeah,
it.
it's our GDP. So if that alone
Mm.
is a marker, this event should be held here every year.
Certainly.
That's what I'm heading to.
You say it should be held there. That's the go round now. We are the one talking
so
about
full of
things
advantage.
going,
I like that
going
idea.
round. It will go round now. How will it be hosted here
But again,
every
what's
year?
the economic value for Nigeria? We mentioned some already.
Yeah.
Right? But will this grow our GDP moving forward?
Certainly, the
I think
businesses
that
are also going to exhibit at this
Exhibit,
event.
exactly.
So that certainly opens up the market for
But
them.
are we thinking about security?
That's not a conversation for us. That's a conversation for our government. And don't you come to work every day? Are you armed on the way? Why are you making
Well,
it look like Nigeria is
Is it so-
something?
Well, I can tell you. So we're not 100% insecure,
Yeah.
but we need to put an eye there.
Certainly,
Believe
don't
it
put
or
an
not.
But
eye.
I'm sure that for such to be coming in here, all these things will be put in place. Trust me. At least let's for once give that credit to our president that he will put that in place.
Okay, it looks as
Well-
if all my data have now been held in place. You guys have all the answers.
Right. So we have to move on now from this conversation. Of course, we'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back. But before we go on our break, let me give you a scoop on what to expect on the show. We'll be going on a quick break and then we'll come to the newspaper and see what we have on the front pages of the newspaper today, and then come to the business morning and see what we have, go in depth into some business stories with Destiny Momo, and at 10 o'clock, we'll be coming to the big story, see what we have on the big story. We're talking about census and how it affects our population. And then we'll see what we have on social media space with social listening. But we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Do stay with us.
Podcast. Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
He never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. Let's see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper, of course. The front page of the Business Day paper this morning, quite interesting stories from Naira hitting 7-month high on $4.1 billion reserves and their boost as oil inflows record positive impact on FX reserves. That's one big story there, which we already talked on earlier on. And on page 31 of the Business Day paper this morning, recapitalization, mandatory filing to assess insurers' capital strength. This continues on page 31 of the Business Day paper. And on page 30 of the Business Day paper this morning, federal government's revenue hits record high, but Nigerians battle hardship. Misery index worse than means paired. And on page 31, a little into the world of politics this morning, it says how the National Assembly plans to devolve police powers to state. Maybe we should talk on the page 30, federal government revenue hitting record high, but Nigerians battling hardship. That's a paradox.
It is actually, because I don't understand if, like you said, it is increasing for different states, right? So why the hardship? Why? It's telling on people, and especially in the health sector, you find out that even drugs, you can't get original drugs in pharmacies anymore. So which means that people pay more for drugs, people pay more for a lot of things, and yet they do not get the value for it.
You know, it's quite interesting when the president came and announced and says, "Oh, we've hit the bullseye, we've hit our revenue." It tells me something which I might be wrong, but it seems like from the story, it says revenue collected by the government in the 8 months to August 2025 rose to 20.6 trillion naira. This is according to a statement by the presidency. That's almost the same value generated in the whole of 2024.
Yeah.
So between 8 months, the entire revenue the generated for 2024 they've already met. So it tells me something. Does that mean that the monies are not being deployed in the way they should be deployed?
So it's good I can ask these questions. Now, when we say that Nigerians, FG says that the revenue for Nigeria is looking good, however, it's not showing its strength in the lives of Nigerians. In other words, it's hardship. What it simply means is that something's wrong with the economy. It's either we're experiencing a false economy, or there is someone who is holding on to that revenue and not dispersing it properly. So whichever be the case, what they've simply done is they have set the ball rolling for EFCC to do its job.
EFCC. Okay.
That's the point. I'll explain to you why.
Okay.
Now, if we are making money, but yet the economy itself is not favoring the common man, who obviously is supposed to be the target for wealth generation, then there's the problem. How to solve this problem? First and foremost, let's identify it. How to identify it is to get those who are responsible for auditing, checking different revenue schemes, those who are in charge of different areas. Please say, look, the money you brought in, please, we know money leaves trails. And if it leaves trails, how come the health sector is still experiencing issues? Like rightly said, drugs are nowadays you can hardly get good drugs, quality drugs, right?
Yes.
But now, so this is my question now. With all this right now, can EFCC now say, let us go after those people who are responsible for not doing their jobs well? Maybe the money is there.
I already know how these things work in this part of in this country. You know, not they just call these numbers. I think they just call these numbers for calling's sake, without actually doing the balance to see if this is actually, balancing the
adding
eyes
up.
of the people. It's not adding up. Trust me, it is not adding up. People are suffering more than ever before. The policies are not favoring the masses.
So what this means is that if that is not happening, someone is holding on to the money. That's what I'm saying. So, we have Accountant General of the nation. We have people like that. We have we have several ministries that their responsibility is to make sure that all allocation gotten, all monies, gotten from different areas should be properly be remitted. If not, the economy will suffer. That's why you have hardship. At this point right now, I would not say because we're importing. We still produce some certain things, right?
We do actually.
So, give and take, money spent will should still be within Nigeria. Don't forget you have the up and the downstream.
Sure.
And I tell you, the downstream is what's keeping the upstream alive.
Okay.
Yes, some people are in the offices with a laptop doing businesses, they're not really touching money physically. But those who are in the marketplaces, Balogun market, Alaba International Market, Trade Fair Market, I can go on and on. All those markets where food and food is being bought, services, everything, logistics is moving properly. Those are the ones who physically are transacting. They should have, their livelihood should be at least above water level. If that's not the case, then let's talk to the banks. Banks, are you giving out loans?
And you know what's quite interesting is the fact that 4 out of 10 Nigerians is living in abject poverty.
That is 107.
And that means that 6 of those Nigerians are it's just a thin line between them and poverty.
Exactly.
They say every time in Nigeria that it could just be one illness that leads you to poverty. Because firstly, to afford healthcare,
It's expensive.
it's expensive.
And you're not even
So
getting
we
value
pray
the
for good
drug
health.
that you
Look
pay
at the island. Let's talk about the island. The water isn't good. So people are buying water. Most people, you pay a premium. People are buying water. I'll be honest with you. Even the eyebrow areas, people are living from paycheck to paycheck.
Very true.
Because the things that they shouldn't be making use of money, the things that are termed luxury in Nigeria, shouldn't even be luxury. What's luxury about the POP ceiling? What's luxury about? I mean,
normal
how's that
necessities
luxury?
that are being termed as luxury.
How's that
so to speak,
luxury?
because
And then you're paying a premium for it
Yeah.
on the monies you're supposed to save or invest. So it's a thin line between you and poverty, if you're being honest. And I really, really weep, because if the World Bank says that, you know, we're way below the poverty line at, I think they put it at $2.15, and Nigerians are already living below that poverty line.
people are actually suffering.
And then we're saying that our revenue is increased. Then we're saying it's a little bit, it's a
We
paradox.
all go to the market. We
yeah.
go to the market. We see how these things, we know how things were being, you know, we could afford these things, you know, very easily, and then we get value for your money. But now you are begging. Imagine asking the malam to, I want tomatoes, I want pepper, and then they're giving it to you with your money as if to say you are begging them, and you know how much that you're
So-
spending, nothing less than 10,000 naira, something that you could have bought originally for 2,000 naira before now.
So I will tell you, one of the reasons why you experience stuff like that, you will not necessarily put the blame on them. Those who
On who?
sell on the traders themselves.
Oh, certainly.
So there's a lot of factors.
But they're also taking
Yeah.
advantage if you ask.
I will tell you. Don't forget their family members to also buy these things to eat. So they, one way or the other, it will come back and bite each and every one of us. However, like you rightly said, look, if FG is recording high revenue and we're experiencing hardship, there is a sector that's not working very well.
What
and that
sector
area
is
has to
that?
look. It could be the transportation sector that has to bring in this food
Exactly.
and food that you have to buy in the
For
marketplace.
every increase
Do you
of
understand?
policy,
So I will
that affects
I will explain to you now
buying and selling.
what could be responsible for an increase of food prices.
You
It's
already
very simple. We get our food from the middle belt, isn't it so? The level of insecurity could be the number one reason why Nigerians are still experiencing hardship. It might shock you, because let me tell you, if to transport food and service and food and what's called again, commodities or whatever you want to call it, from the north down to somewhere like Lagos, you have to go by road. If the roads are not safe, it will take longer time for it to arrive. Meaning to say, the ones you have already, right? People will clamor for it. And when there's scarcity, guess what? Prices of food will go high. That's one.
Yeah.
That's one. Secondly, I'm just giving you one of the things that could contribute to hardship.
Okay.
Secondly, if electricity supply is not constant, Nigeria is making money. Yes, we're recording high revenue on the top, but if electricity is not constant, I bet you as a business person that has a shop, right, and then you deal in drinks or whatever that you deal, so you need them to be cold. Believe it or not, you have to run your generator back and forth, so you're spending money.
But I think we have to give it for the power sector because there's been a lot of electricity now, but it's just that it is very, very expensive. You find out that people are putting off their prepaid meter to go to work and
I
come
haven't.
back.
I've not
Does
heard
that
it.
thing change anything? I need to
I
know
know,
if
I
it changes
know. So it
anything,
does.
so I can also
It
adopt
does.
the same
It does.
method.
It
No,
does.
no, no, it's really
Does
expensive.
it-
Now you can imagine for power that you could pay naturally like 10,000 naira for a month, you're paying nothing less than 50,000 naira now.
Another thing is that, you see, I'm glad that you
And
mentioned.
people are doing businesses. Trust me, how are people actually surviving?
I'm glad that you mentioned power sector and knowing how to minimize. If, for instance, you have a big company that has more than 200 people who they employ as employees,
Right?
truth be told, do you think after 4 p.m. when everyone's supposed to go close up day, they still want to leave generator on? What if those who want to have to work night shift and they say, we can't employ night shift any longer, so we have to let you go. Hardship has started already. So the question now is, with all the money we are generating from the federal government, can we be able to subsidize some certain things? That's what I was saying.
I actually think that we can also help ourselves, but unfortunately we don't help ourselves. I'll tell you why. Why is a landlord that hasn't added any additional special
Effect to the house.
effects in that, if you decide to use that word, to the house, why is he increasing? Maybe this one is for my landlord. Why are you increasing the price, or the price, the rent?
Okay, so
Because no, just let me be done. Not just a 50% increase, not 100% increase, but a 200% increase.
I think they're doing
And
that
then
for
he
themselves.
said
They're having a meeting.
oh, because I said there's nothing that's changed in this house. Yes, I understand that cost of living is high, but don't forget my salary has not increased. It's the same amount, so it's really unfair. And then he says, oh, his children's school fees have increased. So you are now using my own rental to pay your children's school fees. Okay, I understand. You want to use the money that you're saying that, this your own spending has increased, the things you have to pay for have increased. So now we are the ones to bear the brunt. I'm not saying you should not increase it, but a 200% increase is too much.
So I would play good and bad cop here.
Play.
Now, for the landlord, there's some areas people don't see. One, there's what they call land use. You have to pay every year. Land use has now been increased.
Cool.
That's one. So if, for instance, you own a property, or you own let's say land, of say one plot of land in some certain areas, right? Now, the cost of land use 10 years ago, 5 years ago is no longer the cost. Even 3 years ago, it has increased. Now, if your property is within areas where is highbrow area, most definitely, it probably will triple. That's just one of the factors now.
But I mean, are they actually renovating their houses?
I'm coming somewhere.
They are asking for
I'm coming
They
somewhere.
don't.
Hang on.
You pay for everything.
Hang on. Land is paid every year, that's for sure. Now, it all depends on the kind of arrangement you have within the estate. If there's an estate where each landlord has to contribute money for security of the place or whatever it is, and that's increased, that's also be a factor. But in an event where none of this has happened and landlord chooses to increase the rent, you see, the law provides.
Okay, what does the law say?
You as the tenant,
What
you
does
say,
the law
can either
say?
I cannot pay it. And then the landlord gives you 6 months to move. Now, remove sentiment. On the other side, to favor you too, you can now say, wait a minute, if I must pay this rent, landlord, I've been experiencing some leaking, whatever it is when it rains. Some certain areas of the house is not fixed and put in place the way I would like it for it to be more, habitable. Landlord, if I pay this, can you put on record that this will be fixed? It's also your right to get those things fixed. So if he now tells me that he wants to increase his rent so that he can make the place even more habitable for you, you should consider him. But if he says he wants to increase the rent because he has his own challenges, then that's a greedy landlord. And such landlord, really truly speaking, right, should be brought to the round table and we'll talk about it.
Who will bring him to the round table now?
But then you should also give it to your landlord, because he was, considerate enough to still tell you he was increasing. Other landlord will ask everyone to leave, do a little change, maybe just paint, and then they'll bring it up, and then you do not need to negotiate with anybody. If you want to come in, you agree with the terms.
So give and take. There's all that trickles down to hardship, even though FG says that we are recording high revenue. So there are a lot of indications. Unfortunately, Nigerians, no, not unfortunately, fortunately, we Nigerians, and them, all of us Nigerians, are resilient in nature. So come what may, come rain, come sun, we always survive.
Okay.
We have survival instinct anywhere around the world.
And I think that's resilience is our strength and our weakness. Our strength, because it means that whatever situation it is, we'll definitely still put up and then come out stronger. But it's a weakness because of resilience, we'll then just accept anything and say, either ways, we go survive. You know how we go run them. Let me speak like either ways we go run them. But let's move and see what we have on the punch paper this morning.
Okay, so I'll just jump to the very top of the punch. It says FG rakes in 600 billion naira VAT from Facebook and others. Are you serious? So these guys are actually paying us big money. The other one here says reps grill Edu Bagudu over 2024/2025 budget delays. I would like to know more about this story. So we're making money, right? So how come our money that we're spending, right, is not reflecting the lives of Nigerians? Is the budget being budgeted by somebody else's pockets? Number 3 here says, and it has a picture of of General Musa. It says Yobe holds mass burial as bandits kill 84.
Very sad.
There are no jokes to be told.
Every
here.
morning
This is serious
there are
matter.
people that
Yobe
are
holds mass
killed.
burial. See, there's something we're not seeing here very quickly before I go to the main story. If there is mass burial, simply means that you can identify the bodies, or means that the families have not come forward to come and
Claim them.
Claim them. That is sad. So those who travel to a different place to go do business now, the family members will be there hoping and praying they come back, not even knowing that they've been buried in a mass grave.
Wow, this is so sad. Oh.
And then you have posters saying missing person around, around your neighborhood. You don't even know this person is no longer on earth.
Sister.
So what this means is that it gives you that sense of insecurity, and sense of insecurity is not good for business. And as a business TV, let's look at the aftermath of that. If I have to go to Yobe or have business in Yobe, and I see things like this, quickly, I'll start looking at everyone who works for me.
True.
If I have a shop or have a company, I say, look, HR, begin to take head count. Let's make sure nobody's missing. That's just on one end. What about the fact that those who have never been to Yobe before, I've never been to Yobe before,
Exactly.
and I want to go do business, then I said something like this. If I have money to go spend and invest in Yobe, I would not go. Why? Because I wouldn't want anybody's life to be jeopardized because I'm going to put a business there. But thank God,
But these things
I have
happen
no business in
everywhere.
Yobe. But however, it could happen in Lagos. It could happen anywhere. What are the plans and strategy on ground to mitigate this? I'm not saying people don't die every day.
To get the insecurity.
Insecurity. How do we check and balance this thing?
But that was one of the
Anyways,
reasons why they proposed the Northern Police, and the same
and
Northerners
some of them kicked
also
against it.
kicked against it. Well, but we'll see how that one unfolds.
You know, I told
really.
you about it. I said the other day that some people are benefiting from it. Let's not give it too much light. Again, with their gentle souls rest in peace, right?
Amen.
The major story here says 2027 police INEC move against early campaigns. How come this didn't come any sooner than this?
That's what I was going to say.
Police INEC move against early campaigns so that political parties.
I don't
In fact, what do you think?
understand.
If I
Why
weigh
would they
into this,
move against early campaigns? Okay.
Wait a
Now,
minute.
but we started,
are you for or against this?
I want to understand.
You believe they should be campaigning?
Are you talking about the the politicians?
Yes, because
Of course. Well, if we are talking about politics right about now, we've started talking about 2027. We've not been hearing anything but 2027. Okay, now if they want to start campaigning now, more likely doesn't have to be going about closing roads and doing. They could just do it in their different pages.
So what police guys are saying and INEC, they're saying, look, halt your campaign from what they're saying here now. And I'm for this particular. In fact, I should give a plot for this.
I mean, campaigns have already started.
But campaign
started.
is coming to
Already.
phone.
No.
She puts on the side so people can concentrate.
A wise man once said that when it comes to presidential administrations or whatnot, the first 2 years are for the actual work. The last 2 years are for campaign.
Oh well.
But the thing is, I actually agree with Mr. Val on this, because, talking about too much campaigns, I mean, it will be starting too early, starting from this year.
Distraction is too
Already,
much.
when do you want them to
The
start?
only thing I can say, would be good for them to do, patronize media houses like us,
Business
and then, to talk about this thing,
Right.
patronize the print.
But that's part of the campaign.
Patronize,
But that's part of the
That's the
campaign.
campaign I can actually accept for now.
wait a
Not going about,
Wait a minute.
blocking roads and then, carrying placards and all of that.
Are they
It's too
doing
early
that
for
yet?
There's
Are they doing
so,
that?
so there's this has its pros and cons now. Let's talk about the pros. The fact that give and take, how to favor media houses, just mentioned it anyways. More money in our coffers because they will come, they will pay the company, which is good, right, for business. However, for the police and INEC and every other agency out there that kicks against, distraction of government, works and every other thing, and of course, the idea of making sure that you run the government, no distraction. If you look at it, and I want to talk with them because it's too early.
It's too early. Well,
So-
there's something that happened over the weekend. I think the former Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos.
There's a why. So it's got you. There's a why.
Mr. Gbadebo.
Yes, Gbadebo had his, I think he was trying to, the camp to ADC. I think it was a rally for him.
He got attacked.
Yes. And then there was so much violence. So much violence. So
you
like people were injured, people were taken to the hospital and all of that one. I don't understand why people, I mean, it should get that violent to the point that, you know, people are getting injured. What's happening?
That's why they say politics is a dirty game. It's what it is.
Anywhere around the world, even in the United States. Don't forget in a hurry.
Don't forget that President Trump was fired. Don't forget the gunshots here.
It's a horror for a
Happens
country,
everywhere.
for a country that says that, you know, the nation of the free, people of the free, and
Politics
all that
is a
stuff.
dirty
It's
game.
everywhere around the world, right? Anyways, having said so, let me just quickly just run the indices here and then run the supporting story. It says PDP ADC accuse APC of violating rules, call for penalties. IG vows to enforce laws, and it says APC denies campaigning, says Tinubu party respect rule of law. NMPP urges caution.
Well, because of time, can we just touch on the Tinubu Macron having lunch and then see what we have on the Vanguard paper very quickly?
This one sounds like lunch to me. So Tinubu Macron having lunch amid France political tension. There's a lot I could simply say in one line, and I would say that clean and clear, right? Without the question now is simple: are you saying that we couldn't have made better choices?
Who is we?
When I say we, our president, make better choices. At this point in time, I don't know if we understand or we believe this idea of Africa for Africans. I don't know if we understand that it's possible that Africa can rise and no longer be cap in hand to all those Western countries. It is possible. The sooner we understand that Nigeria as a big brother needs to step up, right, the better for us. I'm not saying it shouldn't maybe, you know, go and honor invitations, but at this time,
But it's part of diplomacy. And that also brings us back to the issue that we're having now when we talk about this shuttle diplomacy that the president has been practicing, because we don't have ambassadors. Perhaps it would have been an ambassador that would have had this lunch or whatever meeting, and then we wouldn't have to put our president on blast this morning saying Tinubu Macron having lunch. Because no one is saying you can have lunch. It's part of diplomacy and what.
I think there's a thing between these two presidents.
Also,
right,
also,
the both of them.
Yes,
also,
nothing. There's nothing.
There's something we're not forgetting. I mean, in the past, Macron himself, you know, had been to Nigeria when so rest in peace now, former president Muhammadu Buhari, right, was still the sitting president. Macron came to Nigeria twice, even went to African Shrine in Lagos. I was there.
Had a good time.
I was there. We saw him, you know. So although the movement to African Shrine was necessary, you know, like an official thing, just went to enjoy himself. But even at that, what I'm trying to say is maybe it was time for Nigeria to reciprocate, right? But having said so, there are other bigger international things going on globally that we also need to consider. France is not part of BRICS.
We also have to give it to him because it's supposed to be on his vacation. Don't forget, the president's on his vacation. So let's also look at it like maybe that's part of the vacation plans. When you go on vacation, don't you see your friends? Oh, I mean, XYZ.
So this is probably not a political or official.
Yeah,
but that's true because he probably could have been wearing
he's on his vacation.
Regalia.
All right.
Okay, let's allow to defend him today.
You're always the one defending him. So today I'm the one defending him.
So down here it says, 2 terror attacks suspect lose bail bid. Of course, if we keep giving this status, okay, again, it's suspect, and no one is guilty.
2 or terror.
I said 2. I beg your pardon. So or terror attack suspect lose bail bid. I mean, give and take. For what it is, we need to
over like 4 years now.
Yeah, no, we need to send a strong message, and that strong message is this: no room for terrorism, no room for banditry.
Who is sending this message? Valentine Onyeka as the terrorism ambassador or the terrorism?
No room for that. You know, okay, yes, very soon. So let's just take this. Police arrest Obi of Lagos, foil installation. Well, I'm not a traditionalist. I don't know the detail of that, but that's fine. So EFCC quizzes ex-NMPC GMD. Yakari over refinery contracts. So that's it.
Whoa.
On Vanguard paper
Oh,
this
yes,
morning.
for the Vanguard newspaper. But, because of time, we just... But I'm seeing this one here, blackout again. Businesses suffer as the national grid collapses again.
So that's music to my ears.
Well, for the big story here, it's saying that micro zoning stirs tension in PDP. It's been a long time hearing from PDP. What's happening?
But they've been there,
Not for
unfortunately.
2027, okay, they're saying that the opposition's prospects brighten as INEC recognizes David Mark-led ADC, Jonathan Kwankwaso deep in negotiations.
So do you now agree that this is time to campaign, or are you still on that in that school that believes that
already
they
told
shouldn't
you
be
that early
campaigning?
campaign, there's no problem with early campaign, but the media should be patronized for that. And then the other ones that we know about.
You are doing your own campaign.
I really
She's
think
doing
that-
her own campaign. She's doing her own media campaign. This woman. You've just been emphasizing on the media campaign.
If you
media
see it
campaign.
that way, let's quickly go on and find
Yeah.
out what's still happening in the Vanguard newspaper. Right here, I'm saying that NCAA orders airlines to blacklist unruly passengers. We had a lot of unruly passengers happening, within the past months. But then
Quam 1, Quam 2, Quam 3.
we've been hearing a lot of
That's
things
season
happening.
1, 2, and 3, yeah?
And then we also have Netanyahu must be brought to justice.
Can we highlight
Prime
that
Minister
Netanyahu?
But we don't have enough time.
That's the truth.
That's true.
So 2024 budget 80% implemented, and that's according to our finance man.
Coordinating minister.
Yes. All right.
Federal government not introducing new tax. How about that one?
The federal government not introducing a new tax by delay. Are we sure of that?
I'm not sure.
But we had 5%.
A lot
Are they
of things are
contradicting
still
themselves?
going around.
But that's for the fossil fuel.
Fossil fuel.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's not for that.
And still right here on Vanguard newspaper, still talking about the EFCC grills ex-NNPCL boss Kiari over $7.2 billion refinery fund. And here it says Senate must allow Natasha back, says ADC.
Can we move away from that?
I'm
Natasha
for that. I know you're against
we
it.
move on
I'm
to
for
national
that.
story?
Can they allow this man
It's
free?
now becoming more like a
I can't
broken
believe
record.
it's not already 6 months already.
It's 6
Can we
months, so
move
then they
away?
come and say that
Can she
so
go
after the
resign?
6 months she tried coming back and then there was a protest
she just-
against
can she
her.
just
So they
resign?
say
Do
that
you
no.
think this see it as political?
Yeah, because now they're saying that the court needs to we spoke about it yesterday, that the court needs to revisit the 6 month. That apparently there is they've not given a ruling yet.
Okay.
Do you understand? But they were the ones that gave a 6 month suspension. So she's coming back based on the terms of 6 months.
course.
But they said that the judge comes and says, oh, there's no ruling yet. So until the ruling is met, then she
But
can
this
resume.
is not fair for the female gender. We're not trying to
It's
be.
not fair. I
Yeah.
stand with
Even if it was
Natasha.
a man, I would say, look, whether a man or
But this
woman.
thing is always
just-
happening. It's always happening when it comes to. Remember this Patricia? Ete, oh no, is it Patricia? Patricia. She was the speaker of.
There is this. Sorry to cut you. There is this thing that goes this way. They say, look, bow out when the ovation is high.
Wait, excuse me. When you say bow out when the ovation is loud, are you saying she should resign or?
I'm
take
saying
a
whether
step?
it's
Are
the
you
man.
against her, and
Hold on.
why are you against her?
Or why
Whether
should
it's
she resign?
Whether it's a man or a woman, right? That is in question here.
Yes.
Look, with or without politics, you will still survive.
Excuse me.
So for me,
You should resign on your
this
terms.
woman
This
is
is
actually
our
doing
job.
well
It's
for
not
her.
up
Let
to
me-
you.
let me-
Let me
She
finish.
is.
Let me finish. When I say resign, I'm not saying whether or not she is guilty or whatever it is. As far as I'm concerned, why all the headache? For what? Why stressing yourself? Going back and forth. Which point to who?
I think we should just talk
I
about
give up.
sports before we finish this. We should just
Take the
talk
point
about sports. Saying 2026 WCQ that blame NFF 24 Eagles woes.
I don't want to be nasty this morning, but I think that and I don't want it to be a gender war.
Right.
But when the Falcons were coming and bringing in the cups and winning all of the championships and whatnot, we're happy. We were saying it that when it comes to sports, our men folk need to do better, because now they are blaming NFF, they are blaming Chelly for Eagles' woe. Meanwhile, our Falcons were winning back to back.
So I will tell you, it is in
Wow.
What must you defend? There's nothing
hold
to
on.
say.
I'll
They
tell you.
did not win.
It is
End.
in the interests, put this way, no, it is in the nature of Nigerians and Nigeria to look for who to blame when things don't go well.
No, it's in the nature of men.
Now, on the contrary, when this blame comes to the foreground, it now looks as if, wait a minute, oh, men should be relegated because women won the cup. I'm saying even if the female team had lost the cup and men won, there still could have been blames going back and forth.
Anyway, there's no
It doesn't
time
matter.
because I know
know.
you will make this thing a gender war or something. I'm just saying that the Eagles they can do
But the
better.
thing
There's no
Eagles
need for
in
the blame
past
game.
Gave us a lot of
How long
flags on our
ago?
shoulders.
How long ago? Well, we have to
They
wrap
opened the
up.
door.
We have to move on now to Business Morning at 9 a.m. We're already out of time, but thank you for staying with us. Business Morning comes right next.
Welcome to
They
Today
say
in
money
History,
never
right
sleeps.
here on
Wake up to clarity,
BDTV, where we look
insight,
back at
and
some of the events that have
stories
shaped
driving business
economies
in Nigeria
and the world
and
of business. I am Noma Owona. On this day in Welcome to Today in History, right here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Noma Owona. On this day in 2008, a major fire erupted in the Channel Tunnel, which runs under the English Channel and connects England with France, and the channel did not resume full service until early the next year. The Channel Tunnel is a 50-kilometer rail tunnel that runs beneath the English Channel, connecting Folkestone in England with Sandgate near Calais in France. It includes 3 parallel tunnels, 2 of rail traffic and 1 central service tunnel. With 3.8 kilometers of its length on the sea, it holds the record of the longest undersea tunnel in the world. The tunnel accommodates both freight and passenger trains, with passengers traveling in either regular rail coaches or inside their motor vehicles loaded onto special rail cars. Trains can reach speeds up to 160 kilometers, making the journey about 30 minutes long. The idea of the tunnel was revived in 1986 and construction began in 1987 to 1988, finishing in 1991. It was officially opened in May 6, 1994 and is operated by the Anglo-French company Eurotunnel. The project was privately financed by British and French corporations and bank. In 2007, the Channel Tunnel Rail Link, also known as High Speed 1, was completed, connecting the tunnel to London. This 108-kilometer high-speed railway allows trains to travel at up to 300 kilometers per hour, improving international travel between the UK and mainland Europe. And on this day in 2012, attacks on the US diplomatic compounds in Benghazi, Libya began. About 150 Islamic militants attacked 2 different diplomatic buildings in the city with gunfire, grenades, and mortars. 4 Americans, including US Ambassador J. Christopher Stevens, died in the attack. The incident led to political controversy in the country, especially related to the statements made by the then Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton, and members of the State Department.
Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. This is the Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. But right now, let's bring to you the news in details. Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has signed into effect the Abia Mini-Grid Regulation Framework, a policy document designed to expand electricity generation and distribution to unserved and underserved communities across the state. Otis, speaking at the signing ceremony on Wednesday at the Government House, Umuahia, revealed that the event marks the culmination of months of planning, stakeholder engagement, confidence-building measures, ideation and policy reviews by experts, investors, and energy consumers. The governor explained that the framework provides clear and comprehensive answers to both technical and commercial questions from investors and consumers, defines the rights and obligations of stakeholders, and establishes mechanisms for the speedy resolution of disputes. Moving on, the Naira has recorded its strongest gain in 7 months, buoyed by more robust foreign reserves that saw a $4.1 billion rise between July and August. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the naira rose to 1,506.08 naira to a dollar on Wednesday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. According to reports, the last time it was this strong was on the 5th of March 2025, when it closed at 1,500.80 naira to a dollar. Another currency has continued to enjoy rare stability, driven by the various policies of the Apex Bank, including maintaining a high interest rate, a move that has lured in foreign capital and made the currency firmer. Still on, trading data from September 10 indicates that approximately 42.3 million Aradel Holdings shares were exchanged in a deal worth approximately 22.4 billion naira, marking the largest single-day trade of Aradel Holdings since listing on the Nigerian exchange in October 2024. Recorded about a week after listing, the largest shareholder, Africa Capital Alliances, CAPE, sold 19.8 billion naira shares in a bid to improve liquidity in the market. And this fresh transaction has reportedly seen the stock advance by 3.68%, moving from an opening price of 511 naira to 530 naira. And now to end the news, former President Olusegun Obasanjo has revealed that the edition of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2025 has concluded successfully, surpassing all targets with $48.3 billion worth of deals signed, according to Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of Nigeria and Chairman IATF. A standout highlight of IATF 2025 was the signing of $48.3 billion worth of trade and investment deals, surpassing the initial $44 billion target. According to reports, Algeria alone accounted for $11.4 billion in signed contracts, representing 23.6% of the total, with an additional $11.6 billion in potential export opportunities for Algerian companies still in the pipeline. Obasanjo described the fair as a celebration and a culmination of vibrant exchanges, dynamic partnerships, and a shared vision for a prosperous Africa anchored in peace and security. Now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing our first topic on the Business Morning today. I am Destiny Mama. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Now let's move to the first conversation of today. We're talking about a fractional real estate, which is democratizing property ownership across borders. And now in today's evolving property market, fractional real estate is emerging as one of the most disruptive trends. And this is a model that follows multiple investors to co-own high-value properties across borders without bearing the full financial burden. Analysts describe it as the Airbnb moment for property investment and breaking down barriers that once limited ownership of luxury apartments, commercial buildings, and vacation homes to a wealthy few. By pooling resources, investors from different parts of the world can now acquire shares in properties located anywhere from New York to Dubai, from Lagos to Cape Town. Advocates say the model is democratizing real estate, opening opportunities for young professionals, diaspora investors, and middle-income earners to participate in global property wealth creation with digital platforms and blockchain-based registries providing transparency and secure ownership. The model is gaining traction among tech-savvy investors, but challenges remain. Questions over regulatory frameworks, property management standards, and even cross-border legal protections are key concerns for stakeholders, and experts insist that for fractional real estate to thrive sustainably, there must be stronger legal safeguards, investor education, and even global partnerships. Now, still the trend points of a future where property investment is not just the preserve of the ultra-rich, but an accessible, borderless asset class, redefining how the next generation builds wealth through real estate. Now, joining us through enviable light on some bullet points is Dr. Daniel Moses, CEO and founder, Property Wealth Education, Diaspora Empowerment Leader, and an award-winning entrepreneur, wealth strategist, and global thought leader with over 22 years experience spanning property, capital raising, trade across border leadership, and a member Forbes Council. Good morning, Dr. Daniel.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me loud and
Yes,
clear.
yes.
I'm having a little bit of an unstable network.
Oh my
I
God.
hope you can hear me.
I can hear you very well. So now let's talk about some key talking points about, some few bullets, if you ask me. So now, very quickly, fractional real estate, breaking down barriers to entry by allowing people to invest in property ownership collectively. Can you throw more light on this?
Well, I am struggling a little bit to hear you, but I will try to do my best in answering the questions. So the question is, how is fractional real estate democratizing real estate?
True.
So, well, if we kind of want to look at wealth distribution from the low income earners to the middle income earners to the average middle income earners to the wealthy. Now, if we talk about real estate is something that naturally those who are sort of the middle income earners and as well as the average income earners and the even poor income earners across the entire world sometimes thinks that real estate is only for the super wealthy or the wealthy. Now, property over the last 1,000 years has been one of the easiest way to create wealth. Property investing is one of the easiest way to build wealth one brick at a time. But unfortunately, the prices for building a property portfolio to basically owning assets that can put money back in your pocket often, seem to be out of reach to the middle class income earner, to the average income earner. So I'll give an example. I've lived in the United Kingdom for over 20 years, and the average salary in England is £37,000 per year. So £37,000, that is a gross income. So meaning there is still tax to be taken out of that money. So for example, 20% of that money, goes back to the government when you're earning £37,000 income per year. Now, that will be classified as around about your, the lowest sort of income. So basically, people who are earning that kind of money can never, ever, ever think about actually owning a property when you live inside London or when you live in around London. So, well, now let's come to Nigeria. The average salary in Nigeria, as far as I'm aware, currently, it's under 100,000 naira. So between 70,000 naira to about 100,000 naira. So really and truly, on a nutshell, people who are earning that kind of amount are actually in a position where not even in this lifetime would they be able to say, I own this property. If you look at, if you just basically look at statistically on the overview, it means that anybody earning about 100,000 naira, it's never going to be put in a position to own a piece of land or a piece of house that would probably put money back into their pocket. So this is why fractional real estate is democratizing property. Now, fractional real estate can be distributed into different property structures, from land banking to owning piece of real estate that produces cash flow, like you mentioned during your introduction, talking about Airbnb models and so on and so forth. But the true essence of fractional real estate is to co-owning assets, to pulling capital together to either buying real estate structures that are producing cash flow from at least 7.5% yield per annum or more. So fractional real estate enables the average man on the street that is earning, let's bring this to Nigeria, that is earning 70,000 pounds. So that is earning 70,000 naira to 100,000 naira, giving them the ability to maybe contribute a fraction of their income per month, per year, or even the realistic one would be per week or even per month, to even contribute a certain amount from their salary to co-own an asset over a period of months, years, and a decade that will produce capital back into their bank account month in, month out for future investment purpose. So take fractional real estate as basically owning a stock, owning a piece of stock in a cash flowing producing asset, or owning a piece of fraction in a land that is positioned in the appropriate location to obviously become a higher valued asset over a period of time.
Oh, wow.
So
So-
democratizing this.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. You're actually going to talk about my next question, like in democratizing access, opening the doors of real estate to everyday earners, not just the elites across Africa, Europe, and the UK. What can you speak, about this one?
I didn't catch that question. Pardon me, please.
I said, still talking about, I heard you were trying to talk about the democratizing access, opening the doors of real estate. Democratizing access, that is opening the doors of real estate to everyday earners, not just the elites across Africa, Europe, and the UK. So can you throw more light on this?
Yes, absolutely. That was where I was going to.
Yes.
So basically, the democratization of real estate now becomes accessible to the common man because now, so let's give an example, right? I run a multi-million pound property business in the UK. We've transacted multi-million pounds in helping people invest in real estate.
Okay.
To buy an average property in England, at any given point in time, you need a 10% deposit. So let's say you're buying a property worth of 100,000 pounds for the sake of numbers. So let's keep it simple. 100,000 pounds, you are buying a property. You need, if it's residential, if it's a house that you want to live in, you need to have at least 10% of that money to be able to buy a house worth 100,000 pounds. And then probably you need another 5 to 10,000 pounds to basically paying for your cost and the rest of it.
Okay.
So meaning that you need an average of 20,000 pounds, because the bank, as long as you have the requirement, you would need around about another 10,000 pounds to add to that, so that you only contribute roughly from your savings about 20,000 pounds to own a house worth 100,000 pounds. Now in Nigeria, yes, in recent times, the Federal Mortgage Bank is beginning to launch products, for example. But the fact remains, if a house is worth 100 million naira in Nigeria, how many people has 20 million naira? How many people have 20 million naira saved in their bank account to own a property for them to go and then get Federal Mortgage Bank to be able to finance that process for them?
Okay.
So the democratizing of real estate here, using fractional real estate, it is that for a house that is worth 100 million naira, multitudes of Nigerians can come together. Obviously, this needs to be delivered through a person, a platform that is credible. So, for example, this is where we bridge the gap. We bridge the gap sometimes, most times, where we basically find people who have steady income so that they can all come together and then own a piece of property that will be managed passively, so that these people can be able to generate a return per month, per year, and over the next decade on the capital appreciation. So on this aspect now, for a property that is worth 100 million naira, you do not need to find 20 million, for example. You just need to have a little bit of a fraction, which can be starting from as little as maybe 1 million naira to 10 million naira to whatever number of fraction that you that so that is pleasing to you, to then co-own this piece of asset, whereby the legal entity, the legal document has your name on it, and then you now own a fraction. Now, fractional real estate is not something that is uncommon. There are other structures that has been created in the past, such as real estate investment trust, and the list can go on and on.
Okay,
But
then.
just the fact
All
that
right,
many people are not aware that this is actually possible out there.
Exactly. Now you've thrown more light on this. I'm sure that people want to take advantage, just the way you have said it. Now talking about cross-border wealth creation, okay, building pathways for the African and Caribbean diaspora to co-own assets beyond geography. How can this be accessible? How?
It's all about platform. It's all about platform, and it's all about trust, right? So you wouldn't doubt a single day if you were to take your money to First Bank, would you?
No.
So this is the situation. So over the last couple of years, I've been in real estate myself, and I've been in real estate for nearly a decade now. So what this mean for you in Nigeria? What does this mean for you in the diaspora? What does it mean for you in America? Say, for example, you need to own an asset. You need to own a piece of asset that is quite cash producing. Now, most times, many people in the diaspora wants to own their first home. When we talk about fractional real estate here, we're talking about the investment model, not literally buying where you want to live. We're talking about cash producing assets that puts money back into your bank account and that appreciate over time. So meaning that you can own a piece of real estate in Asokoro, you can own a piece of real estate in Banana Island, you can own a piece of real estate in Ikoyi that is producing cash flow by basically not having to travel down, not having to raise 1 billion naira as an example, but obviously contributing a little capital to the co-ownership of property in Banana Island, Abuja. And this can be replicated across not just Nigeria, can be replicated across Africa. And as well as those in Africa can now also own a piece of real estate, for example, investing from a minimum of $1,000, a minimum of £1,000 to co-owning a property in the UK that is worth £100,000 or that is worth £1 million, depending on the situation. So the cross-border here prevents you from actually physically having to travel to go and own a piece of property across the globe. But then again, with the opening question that I said, would you doubt First Bank for a day? So meaning that finding a real estate platform that actually produces and fits the compliance for you to basically own a piece of this asset, whether locally or internationally.
Oh, wow. So you've actually touched a lot, in that regard. Now, talking about the sustainable legacy, shifting communities from just earning salaries to actually building generational wealth through structured property portfolios. Please, I want you to actually throw more light on this.
I mean, we live in a society these days, especially being Black or being an African, we live in a consumption community. We live in a consumption society. When we look at building legacies, most people never actually think about building legacies. You can actually start to build a legacy to create wealth with as little as ₦1 million naira, 10 million naira, 20 million naira, 30 million naira. But we live in a society where instant gratification is the order of the day. People are not being taught. People do not understand the importance of having to drop a little drop of water that can become an ocean. We are in a consuming society. We are in a society of the get-rich-quick social media days. So people are not being told, rather than to save alone, but to also invest, especially in real estate. So real estate, you can touch it, you can see it, you can feel it, you can go to visit it. It is a tangible asset that is physical. So if you are co-owning and building legacy using property as a wealth creation formula, you can be able to see a property that you have actually gone to co-own, or you can actually go and see that property that is on a piece of paper that you have been told you own. And it is verifiable. In the United Kingdom, you can verify the ownership of a property without leaving the shores of your living room.
Okay.
So building legacies means that we have to obviously, first of all, the government has to come in to put in the sort of encouraging entrepreneurs who are looking to basically digitize, assets, data across Africa, so that this can be verifiable. That way, when people then think about how can they build legacies across border from their living room, they know that they are not just investing in a piece of paper. These are things that can be verifiable, that can be touched, that can be seen. But obviously making sure and understanding that little drops of water does also make an ocean, meaning that you can start at laying that brick one at a time, from 1 million to 10 to 20.
I agree with you totally. Dr. Daniel, you've actually thrown a more light than I could even have ever imagined. I would have gone more and more asking you about, your view of how fractional real estate can reshape wealth, but we have run out of time now. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for always being there each time we want you to throw more light. Thank you.
Thank you
and
so
have a great
much.
day.
I hope the network wasn't too disappointing.
No, not at all. It was very smooth. Thank you. Have a great week ahead.
Great. You too. Thank you
Now,
very
we've been
much.
talking to Dr. Daniel Moses, the CEO and founder, Property Wealth Education Diaspora Empowerment Leader, and a member of Forbes Council. Right now, we'll go on a short break. When we come back, we'll be doing our second conversation on business tourism. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome back to Business Morning, and right now let's move to the second conversation for today. Talking about the business tourism. Before we go on business tourism, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to even reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back to Bees this morning. Now, talking about our second conversation, we are talking about business tourism, driving investment, innovation, and global partnerships. Business tourism, which covers travel for conferences, exhibitions, trade fairs, and corporate meetings, which of course is becoming a powerful driver of global economies, and Nigeria is beginning to explore this potential more strategically. Industry experts say business tourism does more than fill hotel rooms. It fuels international trade, attracts foreign investment, and opens doors for knowledge exchange. Major cities like Dubai, Singapore, and Cape Town are already reaping billions annually by positioning themselves as global business tourism hubs. In Nigeria, the government and private sectors are beginning to spotlight Lagos and Abuja as destinations for international conferences and exhibitions. The recent surge in fintech summits, oil and gas expos, and creative industry fairs points to a growing recognition of business tourism as a catalyst for development. However, challenges remain, from inadequate infrastructure to security concerns and even limited global branding. Stakeholders insist that unlocking Nigeria's business tourism potential requires stronger partnerships, modern convention facilities, and even consistent visa and travel reforms to attract global participation. And our analysts add that if well harnessed, business tourism could help diversify the economy, create jobs, and even position Nigeria as not just a travel destination, but a center of commerce and innovation in Africa. And now joining us to unveil the business possibility in Nigeria tourism is Ambassador Ayo Motoshaw. He is the CEO, Travelog Limited. Good morning, Mr. Ayo. Good morning, Mr. Ayo.
Nice to talk to you. Good morning, Nigerians.
Oh, good to have you talk to us about business tourism this morning.
To be on this platform.
All right, then. Welcome. Now, very quickly.
Thank you so much.
How can Nigeria reposition? Can you hear me, Mr. Ayo? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear from here. I can hear you. I can hear you.
So good, so good. So let's go on. I said very quickly, how can Nigeria reposition itself to compete with established business tourism hubs like Dubai, Singapore, or even South Africa?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. That is a very lovely, interesting question that should be on top of the lips of Nigerians. For the first, let me put it this way. The Nigerian side, the sheer size of Nigeria, about 923,768 square kilometers. That will tell you that the entity called Nigeria is big, is with the population of Nigeria, over 250 million people. And when you look at the nations that you mentioned, Egypt, Singapore, UAE, you realize that they are doing the new oil, which is tourism. Tourism is the global phenomenon. Tourism is thriving in Egypt. Tourism is thriving in Singapore. Tourism is thriving in Dubai. Every nation around the world, they are keen into tourism. and Nigeria shouldn't be an exception. So Destination Nigeria, before they can actually key into it as a business tourism destination, there's a certain need for Nigerian government to redefine the the economy diversification, by moving away from the monolithic economy, which is the oil and gas. So there's a need for us to diversify the economy, which is Mr. President, saying that we should renew the hope of Nigeria. And the only way out is to use tourism as an instrument to renew the hope of Nigeria. So come back to the mines, which is meeting, incentive conference and exhibition, where we have the leading destination, Dubai, South Africa, Egypt. They always have a calendar of events from January to December. All of them are doing that because to attract international visitors, into their various countries. So Nigeria should key into that. By the time they are ready for it, definitely everybody would like to come to Lagos. They want to come to Abuja. Like Abuja is a capital, is a political capital of Nigeria, and Lagos is the commercial capital of Nigeria. So Lagos should have more conference centers, more interesting places, so that they can begin to attract international events, into the country at the same time, so that they can compete with that of Dubai, with that of Singapore, with that of Egypt, with that of South Africa. South Africa has 2 or 3, major events apart from their internal one, which is Indaba. Indaba is calendarized in May, that people must go to Indaba. People must go to Meet Africa sometimes in February. People must go to Dubai at Arabian travel market, and whereby we have thousands of people, coming to Arabian travel market. Even in Singapore, as tiny as that, that region is, it attracts a lot of, events. It attracts a lot of opportunities. And when they are doing that in Nigeria, it will provide job for the younger people, and it also provide, more money for the country as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So now, what specific policy reforms do you think are needed to make Nigeria more attractive to international conferences, exhibitions, and even trade delegations?
It has to be the language of the government. I want to see my President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to be talking tourism. By let me lay this background. Tourism is government of government. Every aspect of government, whether we are talking about agriculture, as you are talking about agriculture, you are talking about agro-tourism. As we are talking about Ministry of Health, they are talking about medical tourism. As they are talking about youth and sport, they are talking about sport tourism. So they must align to see that the only products
Do we still have you, Mr. Ayo?
much needed attention.
All right, go ahead. I'm hearing you now. Mr. Ayo, do we still have you? We'll go on a short break. When we come back, we will try and re-establish contact with Mr. Ayo to talk about business tourism. We'll be right back.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time
You're welcome back to Business Money, and we apologize for that break. We're still talking to the CEO of Travelog, Mr. Ayo Motoshaw, the business tourism expert. Are you still here with us, Mr. Ayo?
Yes, I'm here live. I'm here with you.
Thank you so much for staying back. We wanted to still continue what you were talking about on the aspect of exhibitions and trade delegations.
Okay.
Mr. Ayo. Do we still have you? We'll still go on a short break. When we come back, we'll still be talking to Mr. Ayo Omotosho. It's still Business Morning on the Breakfast Show. Don't go anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
You're welcome back to Business Morning. We're still with Mr. Ayo Omotosho, the CEO of Travelog. Mr. Ayo, in what ways can government's private sector collaboration strengthen Nigeria's business tourism ecosystem?
Yeah, it's a simple thing. You just have to have a PPP arrangement. You see, government only creates a living environment for tourism to thrive. And we at the private sector, we have been pushing over the years. Tourism is sustainable.
Okay.
You know, with tourism, you are touching lives, you know. And like I said, humorously, that tourism is, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, Mr. Ayo.
Tourism is inelastic. Once you place a premium on tourism, everybody will align with tourism values. You know, Nigeria is so blessed with so many tourist attractions, you know, within this country. Every sector from north, west, south is blessed with so many tourism attractions. So it's not only the sites now. What about the hotels? What about the restaurant? What about our food? What about our culture? What about the iconic, you know, personalities we have? I was in South Africa many years ago that they said 100 ways you can experience, you can feel late Nelson Mandela, the former president of South Africa. So the government must first of all see it. We at the private sector, we have seen it. We have seen it ahead of them, that there is a need for the tourism is sustainable by creating a level environment, by also foster unity, economic in our economy. So the more you see people welcoming to your countries, you know, the more money you make, you know, that is going to grow the economy. So the government must first of all see that by creating a enabling environment, by making sure that tourism thrives in every local government in Nigeria, 774 local governments. By the time they see the local government chairman, I want to see my local government chairman in my state to see, let's talk about tourism. I want to see Mr. Governor talking about tourism. I want to see Mr. President talking about tourism. I want to see, of course, our good work that the minister is doing, you know, talking about tourism. So it's unless you come to the round table to see how can we move this nation forward, and the only instrument we have is tourism. That is why we set up Destination Nigeria Governor Tourism Conference, whereby we want to connect tourism with Nigerian governors, saying that, oh, in your state, you know, you can, you know, touch lives. You can create more employment for the youth in your state by, you know, embracing tourism as an economic way of, you know, development. So there is a simple thing for my president, for the government to see that, okay, let's align with the private sector, different, you know, associations. We have what we call Federation Association of Tourism of Nigeria, FTA. At that level, we know it interface with the private sector, with the government to say, how can we move this forward? How can we have more revenues? How can we have this done by creating an environment? Security is not the challenge of tourism in Nigeria. It's about Nigeria. Do we, you know, explore within our countries? Do we visit from Lagos to other sites? You know, until we begin to see that tourism will always grow in Nigeria.
All right. So now, to what extent does Nigeria current infrastructure, convention centers, even our airports, hotels, and digital connectivity support large-scale business tourism? Do we still have you, Mr. Ayo? At this juncture, we've lost Mr. Ayo. But this is where we draw the curtain on Business Morning. Up next is a big story still on the Breakfast Show. I am Destiny Mama. Thanks for staying with us.
The National Health Finance held with the Imagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salako, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now, that the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably, that there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand, and so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DGNHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe, reporting for Business Day Television. The National Health Financing Dialogue held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria
You are watching Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning we're turning the spotlight on something that has the power to shape Nigeria's future but often gets pushed to the sidelines, the census. Accurate data is the backbone of planning and development. And without it, how do we know how many schools to build, how many hospitals to provide, or even how to create jobs that match the skill and the size of the workforce? Around the world, nations use census data as the foundation for everything from infrastructure to investment and from policy decisions to poverty reduction. Yet here in Nigeria, censuses have been rare, often delayed, and sometimes controversial. Well, the big question today is, without reliable numbers, are we planning in the dark? Well, to join me this morning to dive into this conversation, which a lot of people get to hear about, is Dr. Ogie Egboigbe. He's joining us this morning to have this conversation and we'll be shedding more light. Dr. Ogie Egboigbe is, of course, the Executive Vice President at INSDEC Limited. And thank you so much for joining us this morning.
I'm not a doctor.
Oh, oh wow. Okay.
Just call me Ogie Egboigbe,
Okay.
Fipa Ogie Egboigbe, or Mr. Ogie Egboigbe.
Okay. All right, Mr. Egboigbe, welcome to the show this morning.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Well, let's dive straight into the conversation today. Lots of people get to hear about census and they think it's just about counting heads, but
You are watching Business Day Television.
good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This morning, we're turning the spotlight on something that has the power to shape Nigeria's future, but often gets pushed to the sidelines, the census. Accurate data is the backbone of planning and development. Without it, how do we know how many schools to build, how many hospitals to provide, or even how to create jobs that match the size and skills of the workforce? Around the world, nations use census data as the foundation for everything from infrastructure to investment, from policy decisions to poverty reduction. Yet here in Nigeria, censuses have been rare, often delayed, and sometimes controversial. So the big question this morning is, without reliable numbers, are we planning in the dark? Well, joining me on this conversation this morning to discuss this and so much more, of course, is Mr. Ogie Egboigbe, is the Executive Vice President at INSTEC, and he'll be joining me on this conversation this morning. Good morning and welcome to the show, Mr. Egboigbe.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Great
It's
to be
very
here.
good to have you this morning, despite all of the challenges we've had with our internet, but thank you so much for joining. Let's go into the conversation this morning. A lot of people do talk about, we hear and talk about census, and I think it's about counting heads, but we know that it's so much more than that. Why really is census data such a big deal for Nigeria?
Well, census data should be a big deal for every country, but it doesn't look like it's a big deal to us in Nigeria. That is where we are. Taking us back earlier this year, I think in January, the chairman of the National Population Commission went to the National Assembly to defend their budget. And the senators told him, "You are here now. We want you to conduct a census this year. We have not had a census since 2006, almost 20 years. And the gentleman said, "Okay, we'll do." In April, President gave us hope. President Bola Tinubu, when he inaugurated a committee on census, on population census, made up of some of his top ministers and other government officials. So we had hope that eventually a census would take place this year. We are in the 9th month of the year, September, no census. And I don't think it's possible to have a census between now and December. So it doesn't look like it's a big deal to our policymakers and our leaders as it should be. It's a big deal to other countries all over the world. That is why they are.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And this is the social listening segment. This is where we break down some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me today is Valentine Onyeka.
Always present.
Always present, always ready, always active.
Add the rhythm to it, Onyeka, Valentine.
Anyway, let's see what's
Right.
trending on social media this morning, starting with President Bola Tinubu, who has directed the Central Bank of Nigeria and other regulators to step up surveillance of cryptocurrency and digital payment transactions. Speaking through the finance minister at the annual CIBN conference in Abuja, Tinubu said the speed at which Nigerians are adopting stable coins and other digital currencies is now a concern. The government wants authorities to, quote, get hold of the narrative and track it while it's still evolving. Well, of course, Nigerians are reacting to this conversation, and we'll take a look at some of these reactions on social media. But before we get to the tweet, Valentine, really, what do you make of the government focus on crypto surveillance?
So it's good that at least now they can begin to narrow their eye, right, and put their eagle eye on those who are into crypto. However, having said so, what is the end goal? To what end? Will we see that this so-called less than regulated those in crypto will put money in the coffers of the government such that they can use such money to offset bills that are already pending, or it's a witch hunt? Many will argue that this is just another way to be able to puts, quote and unquote, invisible handcuffs on young people who have successfully boycotted
Yes,
the government
young
campaign,
people who have finally gotten financial freedom.
Exactly. So a lot of people will say, look, the government has now realized, wait a minute, if we cannot control them, make no mistake, it's all about control. If we cannot control them, guess what? Then we can't tell them what to do.
So you think it's not genuine concern? You think it's control?
No, not at all. It's all about control. You see, believe it or not, the way democracy has been designed, we might not agree, but eventually it is. We don't know it, but we're feeling it. The way it has been designed is to make sure that you are kept in control. I'm not saying that it's good to get out of, haywire and create anarchy, but when you subjugate and you suppress the thoughts and creative level of youths and creative level of a people, what happens is this. Now, what that means is that you have total control of even the way they think, where they go to, who they converse with. Explains why they're also looking at putting your eye also in social media if they're not doing that already. What am I trying to say here is that once there is a loophole that will, I wouldn't use the word circumvent, but be able to bypass the tracking eye of the government, which is also a good thing, but I'll come to that area. Once that is seen as, quote unquote, a threat to the government delivering one or two things, it falls in the government space. Say, wait a minute, they are within the confines of Nigerian space, so let's regulate that. I want to see that they regulate it. I'm all about regulation, but let them regulate it to benefit Nigeria, not regulate it because they want to target and control the youth such a way that they'll not be able to make money, quote and unquote again, but better still, lack of a better term, side hustle.
So they will not be able to attain the financial freedom that they already have. Because I know so many young people who literally, that's literally what they trade on right now. They don't do other things.
Although a lot of young people, now it doesn't move from young people to middle-aged people.
Yeah, they're middle-aged
They hide
people.
under the guise of, I'm into crypto, I'm into Forex. Meanwhile, they're perpetuating a lot of side.
No, but that's for you to decide. That's for the crime controllers to know if they're perpetuating. That's a speculation that cannot be moved on. It's a different ball game. But let's see the conversations on social media with these young people who are clearly affected by this, who will be affected by this phenomenon. That's Melissa. Melissa said, big move. Melissa says, big move. Crypto is getting out of hand. What does she really mean by getting out of hand? Because I think some people just chime into conversations without having an understanding of it.
Her statement there has no basis, has no facts,
because
has no indices, nothing to prove.
Pretty sure if I call Melissa, I'm like, oh, Melissa, what did you mean when you said it's out of hand? She's like, oh no, now the people that are doing it, she's not going to know what she's saying. But let's see what 3 week is. That 3 week, you know, some of them have this interesting handle. This one says, if you were Eric, says, funny how leaders think tracking crypto will fix Nigeria. The real problem isn't blockchain, it's corruption, mismanagement, and zero accountability. You can track every Bitcoin in the world, but if trillions keep disappearing from budgets, who's really deceiving who? Look, question. I love this guy already. Truth be told, 001. Let's see if we'll say this truth. Truth be told says, this Tinubu crypto tracking idea is just another way to frustrate Nigerians who are hustling smartly with crypto. While UAE and Singapore are welcoming it for growth, we are stuck with backward policies.
So I might disagree with this particular country.
Let's take this last comment. Yes, Sammy says, let's do some education here. This is not feasible and almost impossible. The government cannot track your crypto transactions except your transactions are tied to real-world identities like KYC data on exchanges and IP addresses. I think for the first time, or for the first time, I would agree. I'll be on your side on this conversation, because really, when you said it's about control, it's not a genuine concern thing. I'm tilting towards that line.
Again, so if you look at this last person, what he or she has done, okay, Sammy, so it's a he. What he has done is he has only, by not knowing it, opened the secrets on how the government will actually go ahead and regulate those who are into crypto. Look at that now. It says How would you control them when you don't have the same IP address and all that? So that's the government doesn't know this. So wait a minute. So which means we can actually go through this route. You see how social media can easily open the door and let out the cat out the bag.
To expose it.
To expose it. So now, let's be honest. If millions are made over the head, or rather in the blind spot of the FG, because crypto seems to be in the gray area and blind spot. I know what the blind spot is. If you're driving your vehicle and you have your side mirror, right? The point of vision and vantage is a small window there where if you don't have to bend your head, you don't bend your head properly, you will not see the vehicle coming. It's called the blind spot. Now, for every institution and every agency, especially in the government, there are always blind spots everywhere. Those criminals and those cyber criminals, right? And those who perpetrate crime, quote and unquote, Yahoo boys and Yahoo girls, per se, are depending and hoping that those blind spots are overlooked. And this will shock you. Those blind spots sometimes, right, are actually pinpoint brought out by people who work in those areas. Because we have a blind spot here. What can we do with this? That's what they say. There's a saying that goes this way. It is the rat that's in the house that tells the rat outside that there's fish in the basket in the house. What does this mean? It means in every situation where crime has been detected, there's an insider. Now, if government says we want to regulate crypto, I have no problem with that. This is a good call. Again, like I said before, to what end are we going to see them regulating it, but not placing a ban on it such a way that people can make their money, but make sure you're paying your tax. Make sure government is getting money in return. The other guy spoke about how you're going to regulate it after a different IP address. Are you telling me that our Ministry of Communication and all those areas, they have no idea already? They know all this is already. They are communicating directly with the owners of all these social media, owners of all these, online institutions, financial institutions, everything like that. However, in a new age where we have young people becoming billionaires because they're into crypto and everything, or online business that has to do with them not physically being in the bank and all those other areas, financial, business, whatever it is. Those who are into these things, call it crypto, call it whatever. I want to see that. Make sure your business is in the open. Let's see that it's legit. Then pay your tax to the government. For me, I'm okay with this, with the statement and the move for federal government to begin to look into the angle of crypto to benefit Nigeria,
the economy itself.
I'm fine with that. 100%. Why? Because we need to grow. And have a business TV. We talk about the business opportunities in things like this. However, if for any reason there is an ulterior motive, that's when we'll now say,
But that's why we have to just keep our fingers crossed. I completely am with you on us regulating, there being more regulation in the cryptocurrency space, because right now it's a space, there's no industry, it's just a space. There needs to certainly be some sort of regulation, but this should not be a witch hunt for people who have gained financial freedom. The fact that they, we're used to the white collar jobs, we're used to young people having to sweat their permit me to say their butt off to make money. But the truth is, even at that, I literally know people that do this thing. It's a lot of work because it's a lot of sleepless nights for them. The only difference is they're not, they might not leave the confines of their homes. But it's a lot of work. And because every time we try to idealize or look at people that, there's a lesser work, it's when you step into their shoes and you realize. So it's a lot of scheming, it's a lot of knowing, tracking that some people might not be able to understand. And it's the new world we are.
Should I shock you? If you do not know mathematics, it will be almost impossible and difficult for you to get to crypto.
I agree.
If you're not patient enough to know how to really, really follow and understand the market, same with Forex, you must have some level of intelligence, smartness, but more importantly, some element of institutionalized learning. You might have gone through the 4 walls of learning to know some certain things.
You have to truly be smart to actually do cryptocurrency. But let's move on to our next conversation. Still within Nigeria, the federal government has now affirmed plans to decriminalize attempted suicide in Nigeria by December 2025. The Health Minister, Mohammed Pate, made this known during activities marking World Suicide Prevention Day. He explained that criminalizing suicide attempts has only worsened stigma and stopped people from seeking help. Firstly, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that actually decriminalizing, committing suicide will actually encourage people to seek help? I think it's a move in the right direction.
So it's a two-edged sword. Why have I said it's a two-edged sword? One, let me start with the fact that when you decriminalize something, what you've done is you've soft pedal on the fact that anyone, right, could be put on pinpointed that this person is guilty for trying to do this. The person could be innocent. You never can tell. Again, that's left for the court of law to prove. However, on the flip side, when you decriminalize something like that, I bet you people who might get into businesses and cannot pay, right, could simply just claim mental breakdown and attempt to kill themselves, knowing that you will stop them. And if you stop them and then have to tell, look, actually, why are you trying to kill yourself? Because I don't have money to pay, so I was frustrated. Okay, let's go and treat you. When you're done treating you, you can go home and go and rest. No charge whatsoever. That could be another window for a lot of people to use to escape, debt and a whole lot. Because when you're owing someone money, believe it or not, you don't get good sleep. Person's always howling on you. If you're owing the government money, or maybe it's a business gone bad, or even worse, maybe a relationship has gone bad. It could be anything at all. People hide behind that idea of I'm traumatized, I'm this and that. But genuinely, you have people who are traumatized. I've been traumatized before. I know what trauma is like, right? When you lose someone that you love so much, you're traumatized. But again, to each his own. People deal with trauma differently. But in all, whether it's a two-edged sword, to the left or to the right, pros and cons. Most importantly, seek help if you feel in a certain way. I keep telling everyone who wants to listen. Depression does not, what's the word again? Doesn't say, okay, you're black, white, or no.
Doesn't discriminate.
Doesn't do that. What it does is that it picks whoever it is that opens the door, knowingly or unknowingly. In this case, what this means is that it cuts across board, rich, poor, black, white, Christian, Muslim, anyone at all could be depressed. Now, once you're depressed, it creates room. So it is one layer after another layer. And for some people were not really brought up with what we call a hard spoon, or better still, no spoon at all, or a hard life. I had a hard enough life when I was growing up. I went to military school. It was hard. I wasn't saying, okay, let's pet you small. No, it was go. You get it wrong, they whip you from the back, whip you very well, And so that kind of shaped me to become the man I am today, right? The way I can now differentiate my emotions from my realistic thoughts and now realize, wait a minute, this has happened, right? You cannot do anything about it. Way forward now. Moving forward, you have to clear your mind and think clearly. People are different. There are some people too, there are some other people too who have attained that strength, mental strength, even better than me. Some people have not. Life is like that. But you know one funny thing?
What's
is that? You never know how strong you are on the level of what level you've attained mentally until something strikes you.
Yeah, what? Let's just see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting, obviously, to this conversation, if they are on the side of the government. But either ways, I think it's a step in the right direction, really, if you ask me. Jag says, I still fail to see the intention behind criminalizing it in the first place. Exactly. I don't see the crime in it. It's not a crime, really. It should be treated as a mental health issue and not a criminal issue.
There's that issue.
I agree with that one.
Before we go to the next one, there's
Okay.
that issue there. See, the reason why, in case that person has no idea, the reason why it was criminalized in the first place was the second bit that I gave. So people don't use it as an excuse to either run away from debt again or use that to create, to cause, put it this way, to commit crime. Believe it or not.
Okay, how do you use suicide to commit crime? Because if you're dead already, you're dead. So if you've committed the suicide,
the idea is for them not to carry out the acts totally. It's for you to perceive the fact that they're not okay. So you let them off the hook. I've been to court cases where we went to observe, and you see someone who actually committed the crime, and he tells you that, look, it is a case of mentally insane. And he wanted to kill himself, kill somebody else.
So you're literally saying that the reason why it was criminalized is because people might want to attempt it to shy away.
That's my point.
From perhaps their responsibilities,
most definitely,
which they are meant to meet,
exactly,
and which is supposed to be an obligation. Okay, I get you, but let's see some of the more reactions on social media and see how they. I'll hear them more later. Let's see some of the more reactions on social media. I saw somebody who had mentioned that if you want to decriminalize it, then people will start attempting suicide publicly without fear. I don't know if what you say to that, but because we're running out of time, let me just take one of the last two comments. Ini Bonnet says, I feel this is a bad idea. Are we trying to encourage suicide? One more person reacted to it, but we can't take any more of that. So what are your thoughts?
Okay, so very quickly, everyone has an opinion to this. Some might agree, some might disagree. The idea is to bring every scenario to the table. Look, when you criminalize suicide, you will bottle up a lot of emotions. People who genuinely have mental issues, right? Most definitely. But when you open the door and say, look, we can help you. You get me now? They will come forward and seek help.
Okay, on the other side?
On the other side, truth be told. If you now say, we are decriminalizing this, there is an aftermath. Like I've said before, you will see people coming forth to now say, I will kill myself, I will kill myself, and actually attempt to do that, knowing that they will be held in the process. Right?
You will go jail.
Now, this is the thing now. Because we're very emotional in this country, as soon as someone attempts to do that, I bet you, if the person had actually done whatever he or she's accused of, right? That initial crime will be let off the hook, because then this person is not feeling okay, or take him or her to the hospital. They will forget the fact this person is about to kill himself or herself. And the law will not come and tell you, okay, you attempted to do this, so let us even prepare your 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years or whatever years they're going to slam the person with after the hospital have done their own job. So there's no worry about that. That is a window out. If you do this, I will kill myself, and that's it. But however it is, give and take. Let's see how it plays out.
Let's see how it plays out. Well, that's where we'll wrap it up.
This affect business really.
Conversation for another day. That's where we'll wrap it up this morning on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
Right. And I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and thank you for tuning in to the BDTV Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's begin with a look at today's top business headlines. Naira hit 7-month high on $4.1 billion reserves boost. Nigeria predicts $60 billion new investment in gas expansion. Sterling Holdco targets 149.3 billion naira gross earnings in fourth quarter. 22 billion naira Arabia shares traded in largest single-day deal since NGS listing. Insurers to undergo mandatory capital strength assessment. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where oil inflows record positive impact on FS reserves. The Naira recorded its strongest gain in 7 months on Wednesday, buoyed by robust foreign exchange inflows and a $4.1 billion rise between July and August. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the local currency strengthened to 1,506.08 Naira per dollar, compared to 1,571.31 Naira traded earlier this month. According to the CBN, gross external reserves rose from $34.5 billion in July to $38.6 billion in August, reflecting improved oil receipts and capital inflows. This development has helped stabilize the foreign exchange market, boosting liquidity and easing pressure on the Naira. Analysts believe the stronger reserves position will reduce volatility in currency market and lower import costs for manufacturers and traders. However, experts caution that Nigeria must sustain higher oil inflows, diversify exports, and deepen reforms to ensure the Naira's long-term stability. Moving on, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has said this country is targeting $60 billion in new investment over the next 5 to 7 years to expand gas infrastructure. Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPCL, Mr. Bayo Ojulari, disclosed this while addressing a global audience from 150 countries at the opening of Gas Tech exhibition and conference in Milan, Italy. He further explained that the planned investment is designed to boost Nigerians' natural gas output to 12 billion cubic feet per day, while expanding refinery capacity to meet the rising global demand for energy. According to the Chief Executive Officer of NNPCL, the country is targeting at least $60 billion in fresh investment. He noted this while figures is significant and it represents only a fraction of the opportunity available in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. In other news, Sterling Financial Holdings Company PLC expected its strong growth momentum to continue into the fourth quarter, with gross earnings projected at 149.3 billion naira within the last 3 months of the year. Earnings forecast filed at the Nigerian Exchange yesterday indicated that the group would close the year ending December 31st, 2024, with substantial growth in key performance indicators. Sterling Holdco expected gross earnings of 149.27 billion naira, with interest income driving the top line of 116.73 billion naira. Interest expense was projected at 42.88 billion naira, resulting in net revenue from funds of 73.85 billion naira. The fourth quarter forecast strengthened Sterling Holdco's earning outlook after the group recorded significant growth in the first half. Still on, midday trading data from September 10th showed that approximately 42.3 million Arabia Holdings shares changed hands in a deal worth approximately 22.4 billion naira. This marks the largest single-day trade of Arabia Holdings since listing on the Nigerian Exchange in October 2024. The fresh transaction has seen the stock advance by 3.68%, moving from an opening price of 511 naira to 530 naira. The September 10th transaction represented 0.96% of Arada's total outstanding shares. The notable price movement indicates strong buy-side interest, reflecting heightened investors' demand. Beyond Arada, FCMB Group is also witnessing strong trading activity. A total of 28.7 million FCMB shares representing 0.72% of the lender's total shareholdings transactions. And on a different note, the National Insurance Company has released the guidelines for the minimum capital requirement of insurance and reinsurance companies, directing operators to submit their current compliance status on 2024 audited financial statement and second quarter returns. According to the National Insurance Commission, the new directive of parts is recapitalization plan aimed at strengthening the financial base of insurance and ensuring that they can meet claims obligations. The Commission noted that operators who fail to meet the requirement may face regulatory sanctions. The revised MCRO demands that life insurance firms maintain at least 8 billion naira, general insurers 10 billion naira, while composite companies must hold 18 billion naira in capital. Reinsurance firms are expected to have not less than 20 billion naira. Industry analysts believe the move will boost public confidence in the sector. However, they also cautioned that smaller operators may struggle to raise the required funds within the set timelines. To wrap up the business news hour, NNPC Retail Limited has posted a staggering loss of 395.5 billion naira for 2024, a dramatic turnaround from the 20.18 billion naira profit it made the previous year. The oil company subsidiary, which operates petrol stations across Nigeria, blamed the massive loss on unusual one-off transaction that it say will not happen again. The figures comes from the NNPC Retail's annual report, consolidated and separate financial statement for the year ended December 31st, 2024. NNPC Retail's board of directors insisted the enormous losses were caused by unusual transactions that would not be repeated. The loss recorded in the current year was largely driven by non-recurring transactions, including an impairment of receivables amounting to 117 billion naira and an amount of 133.9 billion naira expensed in the current year. And that's where we'll wrap it up today on the Business News Hour. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Glory Brown. Stay tuned and keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good morning and welcome to another edition of Economy and Market on BusinessDay TV, and where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of happenings in the economy as well as on the market. However, before we get into that, let's go through some of the news headlines making the rounds. So we'll start off with PZ Cussons that has swung back to a 10 billion naira profit as naira pain eases. PZ Cussons Nigeria PLC staged a remarkable return to profitability, reversing a 90.3 billion naira loss last year into a net income of 10.07 billion as its audited financials show. The turnaround was largely driven by the relative stability of the naira in 2025, which sharply reduced foreign exchange losses to 7.8 billion from 157.9 billion a year earlier. Revenue surged by 40% to 212.6 billion, supported by price adjustments and resilient consumer demand, while gross profit rose modestly to 57.7 billion naira. Operating profit stood at 18.9 billion compared with a record 124.5 billion loss in 2024, as we saw selling and administrative expenses climb on the back of inflationary pressures. Finance income fell to 1.4 billion from 6.1 billion, while its cost moderated slightly to 3.6 billion naira. Profit before tax reached 16.7 billion compared with a 122.5 billion pre-tax loss last year. However, the balance sheet remains quite pressured. We see liabilities of 186 billion still outstrip its assets, its total asset of 168 billion, as its shareholder equity is still in the negative position at 15.6 billion. Its net debt improved to 30.6 billion, supported by stronger cash balances, though borrowing still remains high at 71.3 billion, largely owed to its UK parent. With inflation above 20% and currency volatility persisting, risks to sustainability still linger. The management is aiming to sustain revenue growth while controlling costs, but investors remain watchful of the company's narrow path to long-term resilience. Okomu oil profit is projected to hit 5.46 billion in the second half of 2025, which is around 89% decline from the first half of the year. Okomu Oil, one of Nigeria's leading producers, has projected a combined net profit of 5.46 billion for the third and fourth quarters of 2025. This is after the company delivered a record-breaking first half earnings. The Edo-based oil company expects Q3 profit of 1.99 billion and Q4 profit of 3.47 billion, which is far below the 47.5 billion it achieved in the first 6 months of 2025. Revenue forecast for July to December is forecast at 44.83 billion, which is a 65% decline from the 129.8 billion recorded in the first half of the year. Costs are also expected to rise as its expenses is projected to hit around 37 billion naira, which is going to eat into margins as consumer prices are slowing in Nigeria. If projections hold, then Okomu's oil full year profit will hit 52.96 billion, which is its highest in history, while turnover will hit 174.7 billion, which is well above the 130 billion recorded in 2024. The strong performance is supported by crude palm oil prices that are forecast to hit $1,200 per ton by the end of 2025. Analysts are noting that a more stable macroeconomic environment, including cooling inflation and predictable exchange rates, is fueling growth in Nigeria's oil palm sector. Investors are piling in as global crude palm oil demand remains strong and imports from Indonesia are tapering off. According to our first source, the Yang, the president of the Palm Produce Association of Nigeria, the industry is now the darling of investors seeking generational wealth. He added that the boom will persist as long as food, chemical, and renewable energy industries thrive. Year to date, Okomo oil has surged by over 130% to a whopping 1,020 naira per share, and is now the 31st in terms of market cap on the Nigerian exchange. Nupeng has suspended its strike as the federal government has brokered deal with Labour and Dangote Refinery. The National Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, Nupeng, has suspended its strike after the federal government brokered an agreement with the Dangote Group. According to a statement by the Ministry of Labour and Employment on Tuesday, it was confirmed that the deal clears the way for the unionization of Dangote workers within 2 weeks, from September 9 to September 22. It is further assured that no worker will be victimized as a result of the dispute. The strike had been prompted by Dangote's group refusal to allow employees join registered labor unions. Following a marathon reconciliation meeting convened by the Labour Minister Mohammed Dingyadi, both parties reached a consensus. Dangote Group acknowledged the right of its workers to unionize, while organized labor reiterated that unionization is a legal entitlement under extant laws. According to the communique, workers at Dangote Refinery and Petrochemicals who wish to join unions are free to do so. Sayu Dantata signed on behalf of Dangote Group, while Benson Upa of the NLC and Entoro of the TUC signed for the organized labor. Then we move on to the American exchange, where Nebius stock has risen by nearly 50%.
Yes, I'm coming to you now.
AID, the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we bring to you some of the stories, the big stories that are affecting our nation and our economy at large. We'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out.
This is still the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where I bring to you some of the stories that are making the rounds around our continent and our nation at large. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show. This morning, we're turning the spotlight on something that has the power to shape Nigeria's future, but often gets pushed to the side. It's the census. Accurate data is the backbone of planning and development, and without it, how do you know how many schools to build, how many hospitals to provide, or even how to create jobs that match the size and skills of the workforce? Around the world, nations use census data as the foundation for everything from infrastructure to investment, from policy decisions to poverty reduction. Yet here in Nigeria, censuses have been rare, often delayed, and sometimes controversial. So the big question this morning is, without reliable numbers, are we planning in the dark? Well, joining me this morning is Mr. Ogie Egwegwe. He is the Vice President at INSTEC and is joining me on this conversation this morning. Well, let's dive straight in the conversation. A lot of people hear census and think it's just about counting heads, but it's so much more than that, like we know. So in your opinion, why is census data such a big deal for Nigeria?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Census should not really be a big deal. And I don't even think it's a big deal in Nigeria because the way our leaders take it does not look like they think it's any deal at all. Lots of countries use census to plan, to take care of the needs of their citizens, of their residents, Otherwise, without that, you can really not provide for your citizens. I just want to recall that earlier this year, when the chairman of the National Population Commission went to the National Assembly to defend the budget of the commission, the senators, I recall, made him to promise that this year is going to conduct the census. And at that time, I can't recall him saying it's not possible. And we were also, we had some hope in April when President Bola Tinubu inaugurated a committee on population census made up of top ministers and other government officials. So we're hopeful that this year there will be a census. But now we are in the 9th month of the year. We're in September. Just less than 4 months to the end of the year. And we do not think, and I do not think that it will be possible to hold a census or conduct a census between now and the end of the year anymore. It's very sad. This is why we think that we are planless. We don't plan. Those who fail to plan, they are planning to fail. And that should not be the case. Our last census was in 2006. That's about 20 years ago. How have we been planning? It means we've been planning in the dark. There's no way a nation can succeed politically, economically, and socially to make provision for its citizens, housing, healthcare, other social provisions and all that without having a head count. You know, a credible, accurate head count. There's no way that can happen. And I think the country needs to really, you know, think well about it. The leaders should think well about it and make a definite position clear on conducting the census for Nigeria.
Right. Like you rightly said, the country does need to do something about it. And the last time we've had a census was in 2006. And even at that, we've struggled with getting it right in the past. In your opinion, really, why has conducting a credible census been such a challenge for us? Do you believe or do you think there's any cause to think that Nigeria's inability to organize the census since 2006, do you think it's political?
Well, it's not just political. It's the way that we seem to take the census. Many of us, obviously, we think that census is to share revenue, to share allocation. So we tend to try to inflate figures for our different locations, whether it's our state or region or local government or community, as the case may be, so that big chunks of the national cake, so to speak, will come to our community, or the sharing of offices, political offices. The more we think we are, the more representative we will have, either at legislature or even in the executive. You know, in Nigeria, we basically use sometimes the national character to determine who gets what, not really minding whether the person is competent or not. So we have the wrong orientation as to what census is for. Census is much more than to share allocation, to share revenue to people. I think that is where we have got it wrong. And that's also why there's always been controversy in accepting previous census figures. There's always been controversy because people from this end would think that the other people have inflated their figures. They have counted some cows and goats and all that to make their figures higher so that they will get more gravy from the national purse. So that controversy has always been there. But we need to take a definite position. We need to have the strong will that this is what we want to do with the census, as other countries have done. Even though, smaller countries in Africa, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Lesotho, those people conduct census on a regular basis for planning. And I don't see why Nigeria cannot also do the same thing.
And so in that case, how then are we able to ensure that these processes are insulated from all these political manipulations in a way that the outcome actually truly reflects the reality that the government needs for effective planning?
First, there needs to be a political will. The leadership must lead by example. The president must approve that we want the census at such a date. The last census was to have been in 2022. When the Population Commission people went to the then president, late Muhammadu Buhari, the report was that he said it's too close to the next general election the following year, 2023. So he doesn't think it will be possible. So that the one who takes over from him should be responsible for conducting the census. So 2022 was not a reality. And for this year too, the next year, we have election coming up in 2027. It's not taking place this year. When it gets to next year, who knows the excuse people will still have to say, oh, next year is general election. Maybe we'll not have time or we'll not be able to make provision to have a census. But all that should not be the case. There should be a political will first and foremost, and we should just take the bull by the horn. We are going to have a census like other countries do. Nigeria is the 6th largest country by population in the world. 6th. The last figures we have, all the figures we've been having in these last few years have been projections by UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund, or other agencies like Statista and Worldometer. Foreign people are telling us what our population is or should be. That is wrong, and it is not good for us. We should be able to conduct our own election, and not just the way we've been conducting it before, all those manual head count. The era of manual head counts is gone. A lot of these young countries, smaller countries that are conducting elections are conducting census, are doing it using digital technology. Technology is the key now, and it can be done just with your mobile phones and satellite systems. Censuses are being conducted in Nordic countries, Norway, Denmark, Sweden. They took the lead then by ensuring that they used digital technology to do their census. And other countries, Germany, Netherlands, all follow them. So most of the countries in Europe, in North America, are using digital technology to do the census. We can't be depending on foreign agencies to tell us by projections what our population is. The last one is that we are 237 million people, 237 million. Whereas the last election that was conducted in that 2006, we were just 140 million people. But they are using their projections. I mean, some of those projections can be faulted, but there's nothing to beat a real head count, a real one that we can say would be okay for us to use to develop our various communities, plan for housing, plan for education, plan for healthcare, and all the social services that we need to, provide for. So it's not rocket science. It's just that political will that we need to, put in place.
That we know for sure is that in this country, elections seem to get all the spotlight, while the census is almost, treated like an afterthought. Do you think that that's a sign that we've got our priorities mixed up?
Well, I mean, everybody knows that we've got our priorities mixed up. Lots of us want to hold positions of leadership. All somehow people want to do is to get there. And they are egged on by their own, friends, family, townspeople, clanspeople, because those followers think that is my person. When it gets there, we will benefit. So is that selfishness that is, really putting us in this position that we are in? We need to think like, citizens, like people who care about their country and care about others, not just about your personal thing that, I want to benefit. Think about the whole country. That is how others think. So when you make policies, it's the policy that will influence the whole unit and make sure that everybody benefits, not just the few people or my people that will benefit. That's how the politicians take it when they put a lot of emphasis on elections. If the emphasis on elections is put on census, you'll be surprised how developed we'll become. We need to develop, we need growth in our economy, in our political sphere, in social services. We need to do that. Many of us travel abroad and we see how citizens in those countries are taken care of, how they enjoy their facilities. And that you see the jackpot syndrome, everybody's moving over there. It's not as if jobs are on the floor, on the road to pick up, but at least the facilities are there. You know, you have water, you have power, you have healthcare, you know, provided. You pay for them. I mean, but it's when you have all this, you are developed and you are growing, that you can earn more to pay for your services. That is what I think the government should do. We should think about our people, not just about ourselves who are in those top positions. So we don't need to have any political influence in providing accurate figures or headcount for ourselves. Today, as of today, there's no word from the government that the census will be conducted this year. Even if there is word from them, it is not going to be possible to conduct election in 2 or 3 months. So we are looking at next year. Let it not be said that when we get to next year, it will not be that, oh, the following year is general election. It's not going to be possible. I think we should think differently. Let's consider the whole country first before considering ourselves.
Right, and when you talk about the whole country, just like you mentioned, what are some of the real risks for the economy and for ordinary Nigerians, really? And what actually happens when government keeps planning with these outdated figures like we've done in the past?
Well, the evidence is there right now that more people are suffering in Nigeria now than those who are enjoying. I don't even think we have up to 1% of Nigerians who are enjoying in Nigeria. But by enjoy, I mean who are very comfortable paying their bills, feeding themselves, transporting themselves, and having good health care. You know, I don't think we are up to 90%, about 90% of our people that are in, I think 90% of our people are in that, you know, poor condition. And you can go out there and see how the people feel. Wherever you go, everybody is talking about suffering. So who is enjoying? Then it means that we have got it wrong. If we do not know how to plan and then make provisions for what will make our people live better lives, then we've got it wrong. So let us go back to the basics. The policies we are going to put in place should be the policies that will encourage our people to live better lives. Show them what to do in the business world, even the basic employment world. Right there are no jobs out there right now. Unemployment rate is very high. Inflation is over 30%. How can people survive? It is almost impossible to survive in Nigeria. And Nigerians are very tough people. They are. And our friends in other countries say it. Nigerians are tough people. And that is how we all behave now. We want to survive. Everybody wants to survive, but we should live above that poverty level. We should make provisions. Some of us who are a bit on in age, we know that in the 60s, things were much easier. School fees, it was easy to pay your school fees if you are in the fee-paying area. Some areas, they didn't even pay school fees at all. You know, transportation, you move from place to place. Some of us bought brand new cars those days, go to the factory and pick up one. How many of us can go to the factory these days and pick up a brand new car? You know, you are going to have to work for several years. Is that possible? Well, you should know you are working in BusinessDay television. Can you go to a company like Volkswagen and go and pick up a brand new Passat car?
Certainly not.
You have to pay 50 million.
Well, interesting, really. When you look at other countries, you mentioned our friends in other countries. Really, if we look at these countries, especially like countries like India and China, who rely heavily on their census for planning, what can Nigeria learn from these countries?
First, maybe one of the things that the government needs to learn, the leadership needs to learn is, you know, the human resources we have. Human resources are very key. Human beings are key to the survival of a nation. Without the people, there is no country. So make provision for these, your people that you are depending on. The Nigerians who are living in this country are going to other countries to develop those countries. We have Nigerians who are aerospace engineers, space engineers, doctors, engineers, everywhere, IT people in different parts of the world, and they are well valued, and they are providing value in those climates, those fairs. Those things could have been done here if we have provided for them here. But we have not been able to provide the facilities here. And those are the major human resources that are just going out there. If you leave BD today and you go to India or China or UK, you'll be well valued. So why can't we provide for our people here so that we'll value them, value what they bring to the space? And how do you start with that? Let us first plan for them to make the country a better place. To start planning, you need to know how many people you have in your country, how many people you have in the state, in the local government, in the cities, before you can plan. Lagos, for instance, is a metro city, we say. They say it's a mega city now. It's full of a lot of people. How many of those have houses to live in? There are lots of shanty towns all over the place now. By the beach, you have people who are living there. Under the bridge, they are living there because there have been no provision for housing. If there were provision for housing for them, for everybody, then we will not have such people suffering. And by that, encourage insecurity, crime and everything, because they are all, it's the survival of the fittest. That is not what should be. Let us know how many people are in this space, and we can make provision for them. It will help the government in the long run, even to provide power for people in a particular area, providing health facilities, providing schools. It will help. You also provide for, the vulnerable people, the disabled people. How many are there? You don't know. That is not good enough. You can't provide for their, for the social welfare of these different groups of people if you do not know how many they are, what they do. Because census takes, cognizance of not just the counting of the people, where they are, what they do, their movements, everything about them. Census does a lot of that. And if we have a good census figure, the credible census figure, we'll be able to make more plans, plan well for a better country for Nigeria's people, Nigerian citizens.
Yeah, and as one thing that we need to also mention, you've talked about a better plan. One thing we need to mention is the fact that countries are using technology to actually improve their accuracy and credibility. The world has gone digital. So how can Nigeria tap into this digital nature that the world has now told?
Exactly what I said before. We cannot go back to the old system of doing our head count. That era is gone. So when the government says subsidy is gone, we can also say manual census is gone. So we'll say, if we are going to do the census now, when we are ready, and that better be soon, it has to be digital census. It's much easier. Technology makes things easier. It doesn't make things difficult. Things are easier with technology. Anybody anywhere with a mobile phone can do anything these days. And there's the satellite system to provide us with whatever internet we need, whatever other services we need. So just using basic digital devices will help those people who ordinarily will be going from house to house, especially for places in Nigeria where movement is not really that guaranteed. You have riverine areas, you have places in swamps, we even have places in areas that are not so secure in the forests, but there are people living in those places. And it will be easy to use digital systems to count these people who are located there. And it's not rocket science, like I said. And Nigerians are very good in technology too. They can develop lots of apps, different apps that will help us to run a very good census. And it's good for the leaders to come out, encourage our people to say, please come, let us do this together. There are apps and all that there already. If you don't know want to develop new apps, but let your people be involved in it too, so that all of us can help put, things in place to do the head count. We have citizens all over Nigeria. Even, I don't see why they can't also make use of National Youth Service Corps to join them in, we have youth corps all over the place, and help them to go around the country, provide the figures that are needed, and then make it credible. At least technology will ensure that it's credible, is accepted, remove some of those controversies, because you can now back them up. Don't say BVAS did not work here in election. This time, your mobile phone should work. Whatever device you put in place should work. So we should target the devices that will help us to have a good head count. Go to those countries that have done it. You don't even need to go to Europe. Burkina Faso, Ghana, Lesotho, Guinea, they've all done it. Kenya too, they've done it. South Africa. We can go to them and help. Let's see if we doubt. Because you'll be surprised, even some of the maybe technology they've used there were developed by Nigerians. Nigerians are everywhere making input into different parts of the world. So they can even help to do that. We have top Nigerians in top places in different countries and organizations in the world who are making contributions. So let us encourage ourselves, encourage our people, our young people especially, to ensure that when we are ready to do this concert, and it better be soon, then we can have the right technology that will help us to have a very, very credible and acceptable census figure at the end of the day.
Right. And moving beyond government policies, because we've talked about the government a lot, I'm curious really, how does reliable census data affect the private sector, from businesses to investors, even down to the people searching for jobs? How does reliable census affect these people?
Well, the census is not just for government or public sector. It's for everybody. The country is made up of both public and private sectors. And then you have the non-governmental sectors. Census is for every one of them. Nobody can operate in isolation. Those people in the private sector, there's no doubt that we also need to encourage them, especially in the area of funding. If the commissions and the government need assistance, they should encourage, some of our private sector. Some banks are making, one bank declared profit of 1.3 trillion naira for 1 year recently. So the banks are obviously making money. We have the telecoms companies that are making money. The other organizations, we shouldn't just be depending on the international organizations that usually help us to do some of these activities. In fact, from the US end, the president has cut a lot of that aid. And I'm sure that from Europe, it will be the same thing. Let us depend on ourselves. We can, call our private sector leaders, industry leaders, have them make contributions to this effort to ensure that we have a credible headcount. It's to their advantage. They are involved in recruiting people too, in the employment of Nigerians and others who reside here. And they will benefit from all this because all the information will be put at their disposal. So the private sector has a big role to play. I'm sure that a lot of the leaders of this sector, they know that they have a big role to play in ensuring a free, a credible, and accurate census. And it's good to encourage them. They are part of the citizenry, part of the people who are in Nigeria, and they should play a big role in ensuring that we have a census that is credible. Their own staff too will be counted. They will be counted too. And that should make them happy that they are being taken into consideration when plans are being made for economic development, for political development, for social development, education, healthcare, as I've said before, and other areas of the economy of the country. So everybody has a role to play. Private sector, public sector, non-governmental sector. Even you're talking about all those NGOs, who can help to, ensure that they encourage and mobilize people. The media too has a big role to play in this, to educate the people on what sensors can do to help them to benefit more from the country. So the media has a big role to play. Print, electronic, or social media, everybody has to be involved to ensure that there is a sensor that will take place. You have to, be actively involved in convincing those to take the decisions that they must play a big role. They should ensure that we have a census and that the census will benefit all of us living in Nigeria.
Finally, sir, if you were sitting in front of policymakers right now, what's that one piece of advice that you'd give to make sure that the next census is not just carried out, but actually carried out properly?
Technology. Make use of technology. At this point, you are saying the decision has been taken that a census is going to take place. So hand the census over to technology, to the digital natives to run, develop apps, develop other devices that will ensure that we have a credible census. So let us make use of technology as other countries have successfully done, so that the figure that will come out will not be disputed, it will not be controversial, and it will be the figure that will help us to make plans, to have national plans, regional plans, local government plans, and city plans, so that our country will be, will have figures that we'll be able to use to develop every aspect of our life, and all citizens will benefit from the outcome of the census.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for coming on the show this morning on The Big Story to share your thoughts and insights on the census situation in Nigeria. Really glad to have you this morning.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Have a great day.
And you too. Well, I've just finished speaking with the Executive Vice President at INSTEC, Mr. Ogie Egboigbe. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
You are watching Business Day Television.
BDTV News at Noon. I am Amanda Imosibwe. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Federal government to connect Lagos, Calabar, Sokoto, Badagry highways with Africa's first underwater tunnel. Federal government publishes Nigeria's new tax reforms law in Gazette. Mele Kyari, ex-NNPC-CL boss, quizzed by EFCC over alleged multi-billion-dollar fraud. Manhunt for Charlie Kirk killer continues as Trump says it is a dark moment for America. Aruna off to flying start at WTT Champions Macau. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the federal government has announced the plans to construct what could reportedly become Africa's first underwater tunnel to connect the ongoing Lagos-Calabar and Sokoto-Badagry airways. The Minister of Works, David Umahi, speaking during an inspection tour on Wednesday, says the tunnel would run for 2.9 kilometers, connecting Ahmadu Bello Way to Snake Island and extending to Badagry. Umahi revealed that the project would be executed under a public-private partnership arrangement using land resources across Snake Island and Badagry to fund the initiative. According to Umahi, the tunnel plan is part of a broader vision to link the coastal routes with the Sokoto-Badagry corridor, improving connectivity and easing pressure on existing Lagos bridges. Moving on, the federal government has officially published Nigeria's new tax reform laws in the National Gazette, marking a major overhaul of the country's fiscal framework. This publication was announced in a statement by Kamaruddin Yusuf, personal assistant on special duties to the president, following President Bola Tinubu's assent on June 26, 2025, to 4 legislators forming the core of the reforms. According to reports, the reforms introduce a new foundation for taxation, administration, and revenue collection. Key provisions of the reform include exemptions of small businesses with turnover under 100 million naira and assets below 250 million naira from corporate tax, reduction of corporate tax rate for large firms from 30% to 25% at the president's discretion. Still on, the former group managing director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, was on Wednesday grilled by the operatives of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission over alleged financial misconduct during his tenure. According to reports, Kyari was invited to the commission to answer questions on suspicious financial transactions linked to his leadership of the state-owned oil giant. Sources within the anti-graft agency confirmed that Kyari was at the EFCC headquarters in Abuja undergoing interrogation. The investigation is reportedly connected to alleged irregularities in the management of billions of dollars meant for reviving Nigeria's comatose refineries. To end the local news, NNPC Retail Limited has posted a staggering loss of 395.5 billion for 2024, marking a dramatic turnaround from the 20.18 billion profit it made the previous year. The oil company subsidiary operating petrol stations across Nigeria blamed the massive loss on unusual one-off transactions that it says will not happen again. The figures come from NNPC Retail's annual report, consolidated and separate financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2024. By the end of 2024, NNPC Retail was reportedly in debt due to the tune of 278.8 billion naira, compared to 79.51 billion naira the year before, with short-term debts of 423.6 billion naira, a stark contrast to 29.62 billion naira in net current assets it held in 2023. On the foreign scene, Heavily armed police continue to search for a suspect in the fatal shooting of influential conservative activist Charlie Kirk during a busy event at Utah Valley University. Authorities say the suspect fired a single shot from a nearby rooftop, hitting Kirk in the neck as he was speaking at the outdoor student event. The 31-year-old, founded Turning Point USA, a group that seeks to spread conservative ideas on American campuses when he was still a teenager. President Donald Trump called Kirk a patriot, saying his death was a dark moment for America. Also, President Lee Jae-myung has revealed that South Korean companies will be very hesitant about investing in the U.S. following a massive immigration raid at the Hyundai plant in the state of Georgia last week. According to reports, more than 300 South Koreans who were arrested in the raid have now been released from detention and are due to return home on Friday after having their release delayed for more than a day. President Lee, however, added that their departure was delayed because of an instruction from the White House. According to South Korean Foreign Ministry, President Donald Trump ordered the pause to check whether the workers were willing to remain in the U.S. to continue working and training Americans. Now to sports. Nigeria's Quadri Aruna got off to a flying start at the WTT Champions Macau 2025, overpowering China's Huang Yozhong in straight games to secure a place in the men's single round of 16. According to reports, the world number 26, who has struggled for consistency in recent months, looked revitalized at the Macau East Asian Games Dome, sweeping aside the wildcard entrant 11-3, 11-8, and 11-8. Aruna registered 33 points in total, with 19 coming on his serve and 14 on his opponents, compared to Huang's 19 overall. This victory, however, set up a round of 16 tie for the Nigerian star against the winner of Wednesday's matchup between Germany's Patrick Franziska and 6th seed Xiang Peng of China. To end the news, Manchester United goalkeeper Andre Onana will travel to Turkey today to complete his loan move to Trabzonspor. According to reports, the Cameroon international is set to make the move official ahead of the Turkey transfer deadline on Thursday, with an agreement in place between the clubs for a loan with no fee or buy option included. Onana was dropped by Ruben Amorim for United's first 3 Premier League games of the season in favor of Altay Bayindi, with his only appearance so far coming in the EFL Cup second-round defeat to Grimsby Town. United also welcomed goalkeeper Senne Lammens on deadline day, with the Belgium international expected to become the club's new number 1 this season. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Emosibue. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
to allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Capital territory, a growing crisis old as of a marjorie on the streets, trapped in a cycle of poverty, neglect, and exploitation. A visit by Business Day to areas like Gwarimpa and Jabi reveals the silent suffering of these children. Young boys sent from northern Nigeria to study the Quran, now left to fend for themselves in harsh urban environments. The Amajiri system, which dates back centuries, was originally a community-based Islamic educational practice in northern Nigeria. Under this system, young boys known as Amajirai were sent to study under Islamic scholars, often far from home. Traditionally, the local community supported the scholars and their students, but over time, economic pressures and the erosion of social safety nets have transformed this once respected institution. Today, many Amajiri children end up begging on the streets to survive. Ahmed, a 15-year-old Amajiri from Zaria, Kaduna State, shared his story with Business Day television.
Sunana Ahmad.
Shekaran ka nawa?
15.
15.
Yes.
Ina kake zama?
Ni nan gidan Bolan Daji.
Gidan
Bolan Daji.
Okay, kai da wa kake zama?
Ga su nan tare da 'yan uwana da ogana.
Amma iyayenka suna nan?
Eh, babana bi nan ya rasu.
Suna Abuja nan?
A'a.
Ina suke?
Zaria.
To ya ka zo nan Abuja?
Kudi na ne ma na zo nan.
Okay, daga Zaria ka zo nan?
Eh.
Kwana nawa kake Abuja nan? Kai shekara nawa Abuja?
Ko rabin shekara ban yi ba nan.
To in kai ciwo ya kake yi? Kana zuwa asibiti ne? Ko kuma kana zuwa ina ne ka samu ajiya? Kai kamar kai ciwon shawura.
Yare kemis nake zuwa. In je in sai magani. Na saya sai in sha.
Me kake yi?
Ni bola.
Eh?
Bola.
Okay. Nawa kake samu a rana?
A wannan sai sati muke auna.
Okay. Nawa kake samu?
10,000.
10,000 a rana?
A sati.
Okay, a sati. Kai ne kake da biro din? Ko kana haya ne?
Ina bugu ne wannan.
Oh, okay. To ya kake yi?
Bola muke bi.
Sai ka je ka sai da shi.
Eh.
To me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ta taimake mu daina wannan abin da muke yi. Mu koma wajen iyayen mu lafiya.
Okay. Kana zuwa makaranta?
A'a.
Kana sana'a ne? In an ce ka je makaranta yanzu za ka je? Ka taba zuwa makaranta?
Allo da Islamiya ba.
His experience is all too common. Without proper supervision, education, or welfare, many Amajirai become vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. The FCT administration acknowledged the crisis in 2022, announcing plans to engage at least 1,000 street children in vocational training programs aimed at economic empowerment. However, progress has been slow, and many children remain outside the reach of any meaningful support. In November 2024, the federal government launched a back-to-school initiative targeting Amajiri and out-of-school children in the FCT for enrollment into formal education. While the initiative marks a positive step, gaps remain in quality education, consistent funding, and holistic support. We want to learn skills, said Salisu, a 14-year-old from Kaduna. With skills, we can earn a living and not have to beg.
Gwamnati suna su taimake ka, me kake so a yi maka? A kalle ni mana. Ko kana jin kunya ne? Wa me kake so gwamnati ta yi maka?
Ina so barbara, in samu aikin yi.
Wani irin aiki kake so ka yi?
Aikin hannu. Aikin hannu.
Allo.
Abdulaziz.
Shekaran ka nawa?
13.
Okay, kana zuwa makaranta?
Bana zuwa makaranta.
Okay. Ina kake kwana?
Masallaci.
A masallaci. In kai ciwo ko ba kai rashin lafiya, ya kake shan magani? Wa yake kai ka asibiti?
Ni da kakata muke nan.
Okay, kai da kakan.
So,
me ya kawo ka Abuja?
Neman kuɗi.
Neman kuɗi. Kana da ƴan wannan garin ko? Waye kakanka?
Da kawuna.
Kawuna.
Karan babana.
Ya kuka zo Abuja? Ya kuka shigo Abuja? Ta yaya kuka shigo? Kun shiga mota ne ko kun
mun shiga mota.
Okay, daga Abuja
daga Kano zuwa.
Daga Kano
zuwa garin nan.
Okay. Daga me kake so ka zama a gaba?
Likita.
Likita? Ko ba ka zuwa kana so ka zama likita? Daga ina ka fito?
Jigawa.
To me ne kake yi?
Bola nake bi.
Me kake so gwamnati ya yi maka?
Me nake so ta mun? Talla. Wata kai ni gida.
What these children need is not just access to classroom, but also training in employable skills and economic inclusion. As the nation's capital grapples with the consequences of a broken system, the voices of these children demand attention, not just pity, but policy. Their future depends not on charity, but on a coordinated effort to restore dignity, education, and opportunity. Haruna Ibrahim, a respected Islamic scholar, emphasizes that the Almajiri system was never intended to involve street begging. Traditionally, Almajiri children were supported by their communities while receiving religious education. However, due to current economic challenges, many now beg out of necessity rather than as part of their education. Ibrahim advocates for urgent reform by integrating Islamic and Western education to improve their future. He also acknowledges positive initiatives such as efforts by the National Commission for Almajiri and State Programs in Kano, which aim to combine spiritual learning with practical skills.
You know, in Islam, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the first revelation he got was Iqra, means read, seek for knowledge. So the Almajiri school can be traced to that history. It is in the pursuit of Islamic education that whoever is going to seek Islamic knowledge is called Almajiri. But in the Nigerian context, it has been divided into two categories, I can say, because those who are beggars on the street, most especially from those who are at poverty level, that is those who are adult, you cannot categorize them as Almajiri because they are just beggars, because they are not seeking Western Islamic education. But when you talk about Almajiri, it's just teenagers who are very young and their parents send them out in the communities to seek for Islamic education. That's what we call Almajiri. And it dated back even pre-independence. So people seeking for Islamic knowledge, even if you are at your home, you are called Almajiri, because begging is not part of being Almajiri. begging is a different matter at all. But seeking knowledge is what is called al-majri. And it started from the younger age when while unfortunately some of those small children doesn't pursue the Western education at an early stage. But in a nutshell, seeking for Islamic knowledge is what is called al-majri, who is doing that. You know, when in the olden days, it was not a problem because of economic factor. That time, everybody is well-to-do. You can go to any place, you will be sure of where you will eat, where you will drink, where you will sleep. But because of the economic condition we find ourselves in, the system of sending small children outside their immediate families to go and seek for that knowledge become very difficult. And unfortunately, most of our parents, some may not like to adapt to the changing situations. Because if the economy changes, it means you have to change your style of living. You cannot send your child now outside where you are not sure of his clothing, you are not sure of his health, you are not sure of his basic need. That's where the problem comes in. I can personally say it is an economic problem from the parent, but not seeking the knowledge itself. And the federal government has introduced what we call the Western education. And instead of those guys, small children, to combine the Western education and the Islamic education, most parents, maybe out of ignorance, ignores that and send them to only Islamic education without combining it. And the society is changing. As the society changes, we have to adopt and make sure that as you are privileged to get the Islamic education, which is al-majri, you also have another privilege to combine it with Western education. Yes, all of us have a role to play. Like you said, the federal government has established a national commission for al-majri and the out-of-school system to improve or to remove small children from the streets and give them skills acquisition, give them Western education, and at the same time give them the Islamic education, which is better. I think the most important thing is awareness. We need to create awareness for both government, for the society, and for the parents themselves. Because all the time, those children need to be accepted, not rejected and totally condemned. They are part of the society. The media, they are supposed to educate public that a federal government has now established the commission, which is good. So the parent can leverage on that to remove our al-majri from street. But like I told you, it's not all the al-majris. Even the other al-majris, those at the poverty line, that is adolescent, the federal government has, the government at various sub-nationals also established social system where you don't need to go and beg. You can go and enjoy those social systems the government provides. So it is my work, it is your work as journalists, it is everybody's work, and we have to continue to create awareness for both the scholars, for the parents, that there is nothing bad in acquiring the Islamic education, but let us combine it with Western education, because if you do that, you have two double advantage. You know, that's what we call, you can write from left to right and right from left. So it means you are getting advantage. And you know, because of that is what we call exchange of knowledge. If you are doing Western education, it will assist you in Islamic education and vice versa. So it's everybody's role. And we cannot say we can totally remove it at once. It is a gradual process. It is a gradual with education, with commitment from government, with public awareness, with parental awareness, with time. By government establishing this, I think the problem may be a thing of the past with time. But it will take some time to do it because we need to educate the parents themselves on why they have to combine it and get certificates so they can be employed after the school. Then we have to educate the parents themselves, and the government empowers them also. And even like in Kano, where they have a lot of those schools, I know that government at the state level, government is supporting those elementary schools, maybe with uniforms, with this, and they are trying to collaborate with the at the national level with the National Commission for Almajiri and out of school children to better the system.
The National Health Dialogue, held with the theme Imagining the Health Financing in Nigeria, had in attendance government officials, private sector leaders, and health experts to discuss how to fund healthcare better and cut down what Nigerians pay. Kelechi Ohiri, Director General of the National Health Insurance Authority, said reforms are underway to expand insurance and protect vulnerable Nigerians.
For the obstetric emergencies, over 200 hospitals in Nigeria are participating, and we're still enrolling more and more of them because we believe that equity is important. And through the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund, where the Honorable Minister mentioned, the federal government commits 1% of its consolidated revenue for that. About 2.7 million Nigerians who are poor and vulnerable are currently enrolled under the Basic Healthcare Provision Fund so far. So those are just some of the reforms that we have undertaken in the last 18 months to 2 years to make sure that we begin to reverse the trend and reduce out-of-pocket expenditure, especially for the poor.
Minister of State for Health, Isiaq Salaku, announced plans to enroll 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance Scheme by 2030 and called for more support from states and the private sector.
A key deliverable of the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare under the Presidential Performance Bond that we signed is to enroll at least 44 million Nigerians into the National Health Insurance by 2030 so that we can reduce out-of-pocket expenditure on health.
Frank Aigbogun, publisher of BusinessDay, described healthcare as part of national security and urged local governments to take bigger responsibilities for delivering services.
But health financing is key. We can't go anywhere in terms of looking after our people. I believe personally that healthcare is a very good part of national security. You can't talk about national security when you have sick people all over a country. It's a critical part of national security, and I hope that governments in Nigeria, from federal to local governments and the states, will take the matter of healthcare more seriously than we have done so far. As I said, it appears people think that everything will be provided by government. It is not true. It is not done. It will not happen. Nigerians themselves must rise up to play their own part as well.
Private sector leaders also called for better policies and long-term financing to expand services and reduce costs for citizens.
It is very obvious that there's a lot happening in healthcare now, that the environment and the temperament for finance and investment is shifting favorably, that there are a lot of players now who are trying to aggregate demand, and so increasingly the conversations are shifting to supply. And where conversations shift to supply, then there's a question about where will the financing come from. And on that note, there's a lot of opportunities now opening up for financing. This dialogue has been a long time coming, but we are glad it has happened. We are glad that the National Council, working with the Honorable Coordinating Minister for Health, as well as the DGNHIA, have come together to put together these discussions. The expectation is that these discussions then lead to tangible action, which we'll be happy to have.
I represent the private sector, and we feel that private sector has a major role to play supporting the government. So what we're asking is, what can we do to create an enabling environment for investments to come in to support private sector to increase the quality and the scale and scope of their services in order to support government, not just for those at the top of the pyramid, but the masses at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think we've had some really good discussions today. We can really put all this together into actionable, when I mean actionable activities, because we've been talking for a long time, years and years and years, but I think now is the time, and I think we have the government who has the will to do the right thing.
So I think today we came up with a lot of innovative ideas, some disruptive thinking that is required to change the narrative for healthcare. We need to unlock the potentials of the private sector and the public sector, and that can only be done by strategic partnership. But we need to have the enabling policies, the enabling law, and the government today under the current administration is providing the enabling environment for private sector. However, we need to step it up. We have some fundamental challenges. 70% of healthcare in this country is provided by the private sector. However, it's very fragmented. Now, for the private sector to scale, we need to get long-term patient capital that is in Naira. We don't want dollar loans. We want long-term financing that is in between 7 to 10 years. And it should be single digit. It needs to be patient capital for the patient. A lot of us are paying out of pocket, which is impoverishing Nigerians. So we also need to get this, the demand side also sorted out. So we need off-takers. We need more people to take on health insurance. We need to give people who are vulnerable that do not have access to health insurance access to that. And then we need to find also guarantees so that we can have strategic public-private partnerships with government guaranteeing these. Finally, we need to think about health sovereignty. That can only be done with the Nigerian First policies, how we get local industries to be able to start to manufacture pharmaceuticals and other healthcare, health tech and rapid diagnostics and so on, so we become self-sufficient. So several MOUs have been signed through the Presidential Unlocking Value Initiative, and I think this is one of the major achievements of Mr. President that will really change the outlook of healthcare in our country.
The dialogue ended with a clear message. Governments, private sector and citizens must work together to build a stronger health system for Nigerians' future. Ifunanya Indigwe reporting for BusinessDay Television. The National Financing Dialogue held in Abuja with the theme Reimagining the Future of Health Financing in Nigeria had in attendance government officials, private sector
building leverage, and then also gaining assets, building assets also, and generational wealth, as the case may be, before they buy their home. So your first real estate purchase does not have to be your home. In fact, I would advise that it shouldn't be your home. Rather, invest that money into something that would, and a real estate portfolio that will give you additional income and that can help you get your home at the end of the day. So that's it. And just like Moses has said, start, speak to us. We're millennials, and I mean, we're a testament that real estate works. So thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Imelda. Thank you for being a testament that real estate work. And thank you for that advice. Now, lastly, over to you, Oluwakemi. What is one advice that you have to someone listening to us today?
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone who's spoken. So, not to overflog what has been said, I would say know yourself, know your wealth stage, right? And as you're gathering knowledge, start acting, right? So real estate is very interesting. I mean, very interesting. And I should also warn you that if you get immersed in it, you can get addicted to it. Like Imelda said, you really can get addicted to it. I'm addicted to it. I know people that are addicted to real estate. So once you can get it right, you get addicted and you start enjoying it. So you can make mistakes here and there. It's okay. It's fine. It shouldn't be the end of the world. Just learn from those mistakes. Ensure you learn from those mistakes. If possible, document what you learn. Document your experiences such that you can pass it on to the children, right? So I also encourage millennials that as fast as possible, as much as possible, and that's even put pressure on you to start learning. Pass all this knowledge to your children. That's how to build legacy. That's how to get them immersed into it such that whatever you may have amassed, they can protect it, they can guard it, they can grow it, they can multiply it, and even pass it on to generations to come. So I actually authored a book where I document 10 mistakes that each investor can avoid, regardless of your level. Right. And it started from when I had my first investment. I bought some acres of land and I couldn't access it. And, I went back and I said, wait a minute, why did this happen? And I saw that, I didn't know Jack. I didn't know Jack. I just had come and buy, it's cheap. And I bought it. Right. So start acquiring as much knowledge as you can in real estate. Right. And with knowledge, with adequate and right knowledge and application of it, you most likely will be able to mitigate or reduce your risk. Thank you.
Wow, we've had an interesting conversation today. Thank you so much, Imelda. It has been so enriching and so insightful. I want to say a very big thank you to our brilliant speakers for taking our time to, break down this big topic as big as real estate is and making it feel so real, so relatable and practical. From uncovering the smart ways to spot investment opportunities to showing us how patience and strategy can turn property into profit. Today has been an eye-opening, and I want to say a very big thank you. Thank you to our amazing listeners. Thank you for, taking our time to join this conversation. And to every millennial listening right now, real estate isn't just for the wealthy. It's for those who are bold, curious, and those who are ready to start small and grow big. I am Ethel Adorno, and it's been an absolute pleasure moderating this section today. Thank you, and until next time, keep dreaming, keep daring, keep improving, and most importantly, keep investing in your future. Thank you, and have an amazing day. Hello everyone, and welcome to this special edition of Business Day.
I am the first of being admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business service of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide. watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Naira hit 7-month high on $4.1 billion reserves boost. NUPRC secures $400 million in decommissioning liabilities. Shareholders of Dangote Cement PLC received over 3.3 billion naira in dividends. Indigenous contractors free to bid for road projects above 20 billion naira, and this is according to the federal government. Thank you for joining us in News Updates today. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Here in Nigeria, the naira has hit a 7-month high, strengthening to 1,506 naira to the dollar at the official market. The Central Bank of Nigeria attributes the rebound to $4.1 billion in foreign reserves recorded between July and August. It's the strongest performance since March after months of turbulence triggered by the floating of the naira. Analysts say the combination of tighter monetary policy and high interest rates has drawn foreign capital back into the market, helping to stabilize the currency and reduce the volatility that has disrupted businesses in recent months. Nigeria's reserves now stand at over $41 billion as of late August, according to official figures, enough to cover more than a year's worth of imports. The gains are also supported by improved oil production and stronger foreign exchange inflows. And on the global front, some note that expectations of a U.S. Federal Reserve rate cut could further channel capital into emerging markets, sustaining the naira's rally into year-end. Moving on, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission says it has secured over $400 million in decommissioning and abandonment liabilities tied to recent oil asset sales, shielding the country from costly cleanups and financial risks left behind by exiting oil companies. Chief Executive Benga Komolafe, represented by Deputy Director Efemono Bassi, made the disclosure at the Naiti Companies Forum in Lagos. He noted that lessons were drawn from global experiences, the North Sea, where decommissioning bills were projected at 27 billion euros by 2032, the Gulf of Mexico, where over $9 billion had already been spent, and Canada's Alberta region, facing liabilities of up to 70 billion Canadian dollars from inactive wells. According to Komolafe, the NUPRC now ensures decommissioning costs are locked in through escrow accounts and letters of credit in line with the Petroleum Industry Act. The environmental remediation worth $9.2 million has also been pledged alongside full compliance with host community development trust obligations. At the forum, Naiti Executive Secretary Dr. Ugbonaya Orji stressed that compliance with industry audits is now a legal requirement. Stakeholders, meanwhile, urge fewer overlapping demands from government agencies to improve the business environment and called on Naiti to leverage its multi-stakeholder platform to boost investor confidence. Meanwhile, shareholders of Dangote Cement PLC have received over 3.3 billion naira in dividends over the last 15 years, alongside significant capital appreciation. The company highlighted during the Fact Behind the Figures presentation at the Nigerian Exchange. The event marked the first major appearance of new chairman Emmanuel Ikazobo, who thanked investors for their loyalty and reaffirmed the company's commitment to consistent returns and strong corporate governance. Chief Executive Harvin Pathak outlined ambitious growth and their plans, including increasing installed capacity to 66.4 million tons by 2030, commissioning the first phase of the 3 million ton Cote d'Ivoire plant, and continuing construction of the 6 million ton Itori plant in Nigeria. Dangote Cement has also committed $400 million to expand production in Ethiopia. At its 2024 annual general meeting, shareholders approved the 502.6 billion naira dividend payout, the highest in Nigeria's manufacturing sector, while social investment rose at 469% to 3.2 billion naira. Analysts and shareholder associations praised the company's resilience, governance, and strategic expansion, noting that consistent dividends and strong leadership continue to inspire investor confidence. Up ahead, indigenous contractors free to bid for road projects above 20 billion naira, and this is from the federal government. We'll bring you more details after this time out. Do stay with us.
Insurance. God, the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Enjoy your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss prevent accidents. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. And yes, you get them arrested. The chance for that day is affected. You waste the money. You waste energy. That's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Welcome back to the news updates. The federal government has clarified that indigenous contractors are free to bid for road projects worth more than 20 billion naira, countering reports that local firms were restricted to smaller contracts. Works Minister David Umahi gave the assurance on Wednesday during an inspection of the Carter Bridge in Lagos. He explained that while contracts below 20 billion naira will be reserved exclusively for Nigerian companies, larger projects remain open to both local and foreign contractors under the Government of Nigeria First initiative. Umahi also warned against substandard construction practices, ordering the withdrawal of certificates from contractors who leave binder courses uncovered for more than 2 months, a lapse he said often leads to premature road failure. The clarification follows the Federal Executive Council resolution aimed at strengthening domestic industries, creating jobs, and reducing reliance on imported inputs. Officials say the policy is expected to give Nigerian firms greater opportunities while ensuring competition and quality on larger projects. Away from that story, Oge Egboigbe, the Executive Vice President of Insdec Limited, has called for the need for Nigeria to take definite position with a strong will to avert challenges in census conduction. Egboigbe revealed this during his appearance today on the Big Story segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, calling for the need to learn from peer countries like Ghana, Burkina Faso, and others who conduct census for planning. Let's take a listen.
So we have the wrong orientation as to what census is for. Census is much more than to share allocation, to share revenue to people. I think that is where we have got it wrong. And that's also why there's always been controversy in accepting previous census figures. There's always been controversy because people from this end would think that the other people have inflated their figures. They have counted some cows and goats and all that to make their figures higher so that they will get more gravy from the national purse. So that controversy has always been there. But we need to take a definite position. We need to have the strong will that this is what we want to do with the census, as other countries have done. Even though, smaller countries in Africa, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Lesotho, those people conduct census on a regular basis for planning. And I don't see why Nigeria cannot also do the same thing. So we have the wrong orientation as to what census is for.
Moving on, the Lagos state government has announced plans to demolish shanties built under high-tension power lines in Makoko, Yaba, citing urgent safety concerns for residents. Officials said the decision disclosed on Wednesday follows multiple meetings with community leaders to warn about the dangers of living beneath power cables. The government noted that the action mirrors recent demolition effort in Omoshoki, where unsafe structures near the Third Mainland Bridge were cleared. Permanent Secretary of the Office of Urban and Regional Planning, Bolao Uki, stressed that the government must act to prevent potential disasters, warning their lives are at risk if power lines fail. He also noted that some traffic robberies on the bridge have been linked to the shanties, which provide cover for criminal activity. The enforcement is part of Lagos State's broader campaign to remove illegal structures that violate planning regulations. Existing laws prohibit construction within specified setback distances from overhead power lines, measures designed to protect lives and ensure orderly urban development. The federal government has collected over 600 billion naira in VAT from global digital firms, including Facebook, Amazon, and Netflix. Amendments to the VAT Act now require non-resident companies to register locally and act as collection agents, ensuring Nigeria benefits from services consumed domestically but delivered by foreign providers. Professor Taiwo Oyedele, the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms, said the collections reflect President Tinubu's fiscal reforms aimed at easing the tax burden on low and middle income earners while promoting fairness. He noted that some levels, including the debated 5% fuel surcharge, predate the current administration and highlighted the suspension last year of excise duties on plastics and vehicle imports. The reforms taking effect January 2026 will overhaul the tax system, broaden the revenue base, and improve compliance. Nigerians earning under 800,000 naira annually will pay no personal income tax, while small business earning under 100 million naira will enjoy zero corporate tax. The plan also consolidates multiple levies, removes overlaps, and protects vulnerable groups while fairly taxing higher income earners. Still to come, Africa looks to raise $50 billion a year for new climate solutions initiative. This and more after this commercial break.
Okay, now dependable insurance. Oh God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss to can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Welcome Welcome back to the news update here on BDTV. We now head to Africa. African leaders are seeking $50 billion a year to fund a new continental climate initiative spearheaded by Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed. A draft declaration from a climate summit in Addis Ababa outlines the creation of an Africa Climate Innovation Compact and an African Climate Facility to mobilize financing for solutions. The 54-nation bloc is pressing ahead with climate commitments despite the U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Agreement. Abiy said the initiative aims to deliver 1,000 climate solutions by 2030, highlighting Ethiopia's reforestation drive and the launch of a mega hydroelectric dam as examples. At the summit, Africa development financiers and commercial banks also sealed a deal to mobilize $100 billion for green power projects. Still, leaders stressed the continent faces a funding gap needing $3 trillion by 2030, but having received just $30 billion between 2021 and 2022. The draft declaration calls for stronger global partnerships and more grants to support adaptation efforts. Moving on, Botswana has launched a new sovereign wealth fund aimed at diversifying its economy, creating jobs, and improving the performance of state-owned companies. The move comes as the country grapples with a prolonged slump in global diamond demand, which is its main export. Botswana already operates the Pula Fund, created more than 3 decades ago to save diamond income and stabilize government finances. But officials say the new fund has a different focus, not just saving for a rainy day, but driving growth. Board Chair Farouk Gumel says the fund will invest for returns, while Deputy Chair Emma Polase noted it will draw only on profits, not capital, and could place investments both locally and abroad. The fund's launch comes at a difficult time where Botswana's economy shrank 3% last year, with another contraction expected in 2025 as diamonds still account for 3/4 of export and 1/3 of government revenue. And on the foreign scene, oil prices eased slightly on Thursday as weak United States demand and oversupply risk outweighed concerns over geopolitical tensions in the Middle East and Russia's war in Ukraine. Brent crude slipped 14 cents or 0.21% to $67.35 a barrel, while United States West Texas Intermediate lost 15 cents or 0.24% to $63.5. Both benchmarks had gained more than $1 on Wednesday after Israel struck Hamas leadership in Qatar and Poland scrambled NATO air defenses to intercept suspected Russian drones. But with no immediate threat to oil supplies, traders have shifted focus back to fundamentals. United States crude inventories rose by 3.9 billion barrels last week, defying forecasts of a draw, while gasoline stocks added 1.5 million barrels against expectations of a decline. The data, combined with falling producer prices and a slowing labor market, point to a softening United States economy and weaker demand outlook. And also, Britain's new Trade Minister Peter Kyle is in Beijing for the first UK-China trade talks since 2018, saying China's economic weight makes it unignorable. Talks are resuming on the Joint Economic and Trade Commission, with Britain targeting the removal of £1 billion in trade barriers over 5 years in sectors like agriculture, autos, and professional services. But analysts warn that the push could be derailed by a dispute over embassies. China wants to build what would be Europe's largest embassy in London, near the Tower of London, but critics, including United States officials, say it could be used for spying. Britain's Housing Department is expected to rule on the project next month. Kyle stressed the Labour government wants stronger economic ties beyond the EU and hopes to attract new Chinese investment into Britain's industrial north. Still, the embassy role, alongside concerns with national security, remains a major obstacle. Up next is Sport News, but we'll stay right there after this break.
Okay, now defend the do insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Enjoy your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss to get see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, don't jam yours. You beat them. And yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But actually, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
This is still the news update on BDTV. Now let's see what's happening in the world of sport. Nigeria's acting High Commissioner to South Africa, Alexander Temitope Ajayi, has appealed to Nigeria not to crucify the Super Eagles following their 1-1 draw against South Africa in Bloemfontein on Tuesday. Speaking during a meeting with fellows of the MTN Media Innovation Program Quad 4 in Pretoria on Thursday, Ajayi urged fans to show understanding, stressing that the players gave their best under difficult circumstances. Let's take a look.
And Okocha and the rest. But this set of boys, I can vouch for them. I can vouch. They are ready to learn, ready to listen, very humble to the call. That's what I saw in those boys. And these are great players. It's not because of feelings, they are all great players. It's not that they are just looking for feelings. No. But they were down to earth. When the match finished, a man has to, at the point, when we became, we have to call Kanu or to go and talk to them one by one, to see whether we can leave them their spirits in order to be able to. Because they were downcast, they were depressed. They had the interest of the country. So I think I need to be correct. Please, when you are out to everything in Nigeria, this is, I'm giving you first-hand account, the way I saw it. I was there from the beginning to the end, and I knew what happened. You understand? You can't be under that condition, under that intimidating condition, without being punished. You understand? Be frightened. So please, in your various support, try to understand this. Thank you very much.
Acting High Commissioner reaffirmed this belief in the Super Eagles' resilience, insisting that with better preparation, the team can overcome the challenges ahead. And also, Jamie Vardy has completed a move to Italian Serie A side Cremonese, signing a one-year contract with the option to extend if the club secures top-flight survival. The 38-year-old striker has officially unveiled on Wednesday after turning down late interest from Dutch champions Feyenoord and links to both Wrexham and Celtic. Vardy said he would not name all the clubs he rejected, insisting his decision was made with the family's best interest in mind. The former Leicester City star, who famously rose from non-league football to become a Premier League champion and England international, explained that a 45-minute video call with Cremonese's coach convinced him to take the leap. He instilled this passion in me, and this is according to Vardy, saying that he is already preparing to be ready when called upon. Asked about Italian football icons, Vardy named Alessandro Del Piero as his childhood idol, saying he grew up watching the Juventus legend. Cremonese will be hoping Vardy's experience and goal-scoring instinct could help him cement their place in Serie A this season. To end the news, Dundee United manager Jim Goodwin has committed his future to the club by signing a new 12-month rolling contract. Goodwin, who took the charge 2 years ago, has overseen a major rebuild, bringing in 15 new signings this season as the Scottish Premiership side looks to push forward. Reflecting on his tenure, Goodwin said the past 2 years had been, quote, tremendous journey and credited both the board and the supporters for their backing. He recalled arriving at a time when the club was at a real crossroad, but praised the real clear vision from leadership and the hunger from fans to restore Dundee United's stature. The manager admitted there had been difficult decisions and repeated squad overhauls, but said the buy-in from players and supporters had been nothing short of incredible. Goodwin added his aim remains to give fans a team they could be proud of and to build on the progress achieved so far. Well, that's all we have this afternoon on the news update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more update from Business Day Television. Keep watching Business Day Television. Many thanks.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ojabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get where Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. You only pray for that money to over reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I say, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
And it is my greatest delight to welcome you to today's webinar. Well, for today, it's really very exciting because this is something that I have had first-hand experience on. We're going to be talking on the theme, digital payments for SMEs. All right, about now, before we move further, I'd like you to, if you're connected with us right now, go to the chat box, introduce yourself, tell us your name, and tell us what you do. And we'll be glad to meet you up out there. So as I was saying, our theme for today is digital payments for SMEs. Now, this is not just a topic that's timely, it's a topic that's really, really absolutely essential for the growth of businesses, to build customer experiences, to navigate new markets, and also grow sales. Very, very important. And we all know that small businesses are actually the backbone of any economy. And the growing number of entrepreneurs, keeps surging day in, day out. And one of the most important things that actually comes to the mind of these entrepreneurs is how can we leverage technology? How can we leverage this digital payment solutions, to further help our business processes and also to navigate the ever-growing digital world we're in today. Well, I'm not here alone. I'm joined by seasoned professionals from all walks related to our theme for today. And I'm so delighted to welcome each and every one of them. So we'll be unpacking why you need it for your business, why you need to integrate some of these digital payments into your systems and into your businesses, as well as we'll be sharing on the challenges as well. Well, it's very, very important that we keep note of those states. So get ready for an impactful session. So like I said, do not forget to introduce yourself in the chat board. Let us know you're here. Tell us your name and what you do or where you're reaching us from. Welcome again to the SME Clinic. Theme for today is digital payments for SMEs. All right, now it's time for us to introduce our speakers for today, and I'm super excited. So on the first introduction for today, we've got an amazing seasoned fintech and payments leader with over 8 years of experience driving growth, partnerships, and cross-border payment solutions across Africa. Now, she currently serves as the Senior Growth Lead at BusinessDay, where she manages enterprise partnerships and oversees over 80 million US dollars in monthly FX transactions. Isn't that fantastic? Well, with expertise spanning across remittances, payment infrastructure, B2B enterprise sales, this woman, Mary Jane Okpala, has helped scale pipelines, close high-value deals, delivered innovative payment solutions across industries. She's a trusted voice in fintech growth and strategy. She's passionate about enabling seamless financial access and building infrastructure that powers Africa's digital economy. It is my greatest honor, my greatest delight to introduce to you our viewers today the amazing, the fantastic Mary Jane Okpala. I could literally tell the smile on her face whilst I was making the introduction. Please say hello to our viewers today.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be on here today. Thank you so much, Happiness, for that introduction. That was beautiful.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sure we're going to have an amazing time. Well, following up next, a very fantastic, distinguished Pan-African business leader. He has carved a formidable niche at the intersection of digital infrastructure, financial services, and even social impact. Now, he currently serves as the Sales Manager, West Africa, Digital Infrastructure and Managed Services at Interswitch. He has led regional expansion efforts that have scaled, secure, efficient, and inclusive digital technology solutions across multiple African markets. Now, his leadership has enabled the successful deployment of core digital payment systems across Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Zambia, and beyond. Well, his initiatives continue to redefine the technological foundation of Africa's payment ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, if he isn't should I call him a multi-border professional, please let's make welcome as we introduce Chizaram Amagu. Chizaram, please say hello.
Hello, thank you so much for the introduction. I'm very delighted to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic. So you see, when we said that the lineup is fire, we meant it. Well, following up next is our next speaker. He is a seasoned financial services executive with over 18 years. We always say the older, the finer and better it gets, right? Not just with wine, with experience as well. Well, he is an experienced financial services executive with over 18 years providing digital payment services across Africa. As Senior Director for Sub-Saharan Africa at a global payments company listed on the London Stock Exchange. Now, he drives market strategy and partnerships. Also, he supports regulatory engagements across the diverse markets. His experience spans three Pan-African banks, a Pan-African card scheme, and a global digital lender. Fantastic. Well, he also holds an executive MBA from the Lagos Business School and an international business degree from the United States International University, the USIU, in Nairobi. He's been certified as Project Management Professional, PMP, since 2014 and holds a few Six Sigma certifications. Woohoo! Somebody say fire. Well, Mr. Ganiyu mentors fintech founders, technology sales, and partnership experts, helping shape the continent's next generation of change makers. Through dynamic leadership and deep market insights, he continues work with others to redefine how Africa transacts, connects, and builds our future. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Please, we introduce to you right now the amazing Gani Odewale. Hello, sir.
Yes. Hi, Happiness. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I couldn't believe you're talking about me.
Of course, so good to have you here. Well. Moving on is another phenomenal woman. She is a visionary media entrepreneur, certified digital marketer, and social impact advocate, very passionate about using storytelling to drive change. Now, she has delivered 150 plus successful projects and produced over 1,000 videos. Hear that again, 1,000 videos, amassing 20 million plus views and 50K plus online engagements. With a background in marketing, acting, and filmmaking, her work bridges creativity and strategy. She has starred in award-winning films, led campaigns that impacted 500,000 plus people, and partnered with 20 plus organizations to promote sustainable development. Well, in 2015, she started the Students Meet Graduate Project with the goal of preparing outgoing secondary students for undergraduate life. Now, this initiative has benefited over 1,500 secondary school students across various Nigerian states. Wow. She's also an alumna of Covenant University, New York Film Academy, University of Liverpool, and Mount Zion Film Institute. Abiola is currently earning her master's in marketing and sales at the Rome Business School. In 2025, she launched Bray Max Media Limited and her bold vision for reshaping Africa's media and brand landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, if that wasn't phenomenal, I don't know what else is. Please put your hands together for Abiola Jinadu Matthew.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi, everyone.
Fantastic.
Here.
Fantastic. I mean, I can literally feel the fire already. I can feel the excitement. I'm so excited because I know we've packed speakers right now. And so it's going to be a power packed session. So thank you once again for joining us right now. So without further ado, let's move on. You know, it's a very particular topic to SMEs, very crucial. I mean, we're seeing a fast surge of payment solutions, keep coming out. And in fact, after the cashless policy, being enacted by the CDN and, the COVID era, so many businesses have had no choice, than to transit into the digital, actually seamlessly integrating and accepting these digital payment solutions. So, and that will be, drums roll, would that be? Okay, so our viewers, ensure that you keep the chat, but if you haven't introduced yourself yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. I want to know where reaching from. drop your location as well. Okay, please let's make welcome. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Over to you now. Okay, did everybody hear me clearly? Okay, so I was saying right now we're gonna be handing over to Chizurum Amagu to take on the first segment. Please, you have the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share now. Give me a minute to do this. Please let me know once my screen is visible so I can go on. Okay. So thank you very much once again, Happiness, and welcome to everybody who is joining us online and to my fellow panelists and contributors. Welcome. Your profile is very encouraging. Thank you so much. So I'm taking us through digital payments for SMEs as a whole, and I'll be touching through about 7 key points. I'll look at Africa in general, as to how it's leading the global economy. I'll take us through payments. I'll go through some examples of digital payment systems. I'll also highlight a few things around why we must take the switch seriously to global digital payments. How do we choose the right digital solutions for our business, the future of digital payments, and also just take us through a case study around, an SME who has employed digital technology to, amass growth. So Africa is set to be the next powerhouse of the global economy. And if we look at what is driving that growth and what is driving, the sense of increment in terms of contribution to global economy is really around the SMEs. The SMEs is fueling Africa's economy. Across Africa, there are about 125 million SMEs, right? 125 million SMEs, and that really speaks to how entrepreneurial Africans are by nature. But aside the number, let's look at the impact of SMEs in Africa today. They contribute about 50% of our GDP in Africa. To send that home, what this means is that the SMEs contribute 50% of the wealth that is generated in Africa today, right? They employ about 80% of our workforce, meaning that 8 in every 10 people that is working in Africa today is either employed in or working with an SME. And in terms of the number of enterprises and the reach in terms of company-based data in Africa, 90 to 95% of enterprises of businesses today are SMEs. So we can really see from this impact that SMEs are truly driving development and growth, in Africa and taking Africa globally. However, this is also it's also very keen to see that in as much as SMEs is driving this growth, what is driving the SMEs in itself, right? From my perspective and from my years of experience, I would say payment is really the core growth indicator for SMEs. Once you're able to receive payments, once you're able to make payments, that means you're able to survive as a business. It means you're able to, grow your customer base. It means you're able to expand into more locations, as it were. So payments is really the lifeblood of businesses across board. It enables you to grow, enables you to trade, it enables you to expand the customer base. If you're a trader in Nigeria or in Lagos, you're able to offer your services to people in Uganda, in Nairobi, in the UK, right? All because you're able to accept payments, right? And when we're talking about payment acceptance, you can't do this if you are still stuck to traditional method of cash collection. You need to be able to grow, to be able to, amass the the advantages that comes with cross-border payments. It also gives you this visibility factor as a business where you're trying to grow your dependency, you're trying to grow your visibility, you're trying to access finance, you're trying to get, investors. Having digital payment infrastructure in place gives you track, gives you records, gives you a reference point to fall back on even with this journey. So examples of digital payment systems that we have today, right? We have the very common ones, termed mobile banking transfers. This is basically a direct transfer from a customer's bank account to your bank account as a business. Let's take, for instance, you are a store in Surulere and you sell maybe food, right? Basically, you sell food and customers transfer monies to you using the mobile app. We also have the point of sale terminal, which is basically accepting debit card or credit card. This is typically for customers who have in-store presence or where they are able to give a payment device to a dispatch rider to deliver a particular product or service. We also have payment links. These are basically payment links that are generated by either a fintech or a financial institution that vendors or SMEs can send to their customers, which is now laced with card payments or transfer payments. Right, but for payment links, you do not have to be in the same location, you don't have to be in the same vicinity for that to happen, unlike the POS service. We also have the payment gateway, which is primarily designed for SMEs or companies who offer online services or have e-commerce stores, right? Then finally, we have one of the most common used payments methods, which is payment by card, whether your Verve card, your Visa card, or your MasterCard. So these are all forms of digital payments, right? This is not an exhaustive list. We have the e-wallets, we have the mobile money, depending on what part of Africa you're watching from. So this is just to say we have an array of solutions when it comes to digital payments, right? You may be asking today, why do I have to offer digital payments? Today I'm a business and my customers pay me with cash and I'm fine with it. My business is doing well. Why do I have to make this switch to digital payments? First of all, you need to understand that customers want convenience, and most times customer convenience would equate to more sales. Think of yourself as a buyer. You walk into a store and you have your debit card in your hand and you're trying to purchase something and the representative is saying to you, you can only make payments with cash. And I tell to them, I want to buy and I have my card. Why do I have to pay cash, right? You might lose that sale. So it's very important that we are able to provide convenience to our customers. And most often than not, customers prefer when you provide them with multiple options for payments so they're able to choose. And like I said, once a customer feels convenient, once they're convenient, it equates to more sales. Digital payment also helps you to build trust and credibility, right? With digital payment, you're able to issue receipts, you're able to confirm payment, you're able to send confirmations to your customers to say, oh, I received your money. Even aside that, let's take for instance that you are an Instagram vendor and you have your payment link on your bio, where customers can click and make payments, right? Once they follow the link, they get to a landing page at checkouts, and then they see powered by either Paystack, powered by Flutterwave, powered by InterSwitch. That gives them additional level of trust to say, oh, these companies have actually vetted that this business is genuine. Like that builds a credibility, that builds trust with the customer, and also might equate to repeat sale for you. It gives you access to finance and growth. With digital payments, you live with you digital records, you leave digital rails that financial institutions can verify when they want to qualify you for loans, for grants, for investment, for partnerships, right? Every payment that is done digitally leaves you a trail or a digital footprint where these institutions can verify and use in qualifying you for even finance and growth opportunities for you. You're also able to make data-driven decisions once you're onboarded on a digital platform. And this is because with digital payment system comes data. You're able to spotlight when during the day your customers are making the most purchases. You're able to spotlight what particular solutions or what particular products are selling the most, what your customers are interested in. With this data, you can now start to make smarter decisions when it comes to choosing inventory, when it comes to choosing your staff, training opportunities that will help you grow your business, right? Also, it also speaks to cross-border growth. You're now able to sell across various geographical locations, not just focusing on your particular solution. Meaning that as a clothes vendor, you sell clothes, the customers in UK can now purchase from your service. So how do you choose your right digital solution for you? First of all, you need to understand what your business needs. Are you an e-commerce business? Are you an on-prem solution provider where your customers needs to come to you? Depending on your business model, you can now make decisions as to what's the best solution would work for you. Do you want to offer solutions to customer outside of the vicinity? You also have to evaluate your customers' preferences. In looking at your target audience, what would they prefer? If you're serving a student-based target, for instance, you would know they want to pay with their cards. They want to be able to come to your store to look at what they want to buy. If you're serving a high-end network customer base, they are more concerned about how credible you are and how trustworthy you are. So you're looking at using payment gateways that are vetted and trusted, right? You're also going to be checking for how easy is it to integrate these solutions to your existing systems, to your WhatsApp shops, to your POS system, to your website. How easy is it for me to integrate payment solutions to my existing solution? Because you do not want to, create more churn areas where customers are leaving because your systems don't work. Lastly, you want to be able to compare cost and fees. You don't want to take on solutions that have hidden costs, hidden charges, setup costs that you're not privy to. You want to ensure that your costs that is being explained to you is what exactly it is, and you can afford it for the long run. Look at how settlement timelines. When do you get your money? Within 24 hours, within a week, within a month? All those things are really, really important. Right? What's the future for digital payments across the board, right? Where do we see payments going to, and how can SMEs take charge? We've seen systems move from trade by barter to cash to cards. What we are seeing now is money itself being transformed. We're not having digital currencies. Nigeria onboarded or announced the e-naira. We're seeing the same thing happening in China. How are you positioning yourself for the future of payments? Tokenization, people want to pay with their wearables. They want to pay with their phones. They want to pay with their smart watches. They want to pay with their cars, right? How are we enabling ourselves in terms of infrastructure, in terms of knowledge, to apply these new payment forms to our existing structure? Then we'll talk about embedded finance, where you're able to offer additional value at the point of payment. You want to give your customers access to finance, to loans. You want to give them access to insurance. You want to cross-sell, right? How do we embed new solutions at the point of payment? So you are cross-selling and you're also making additional revenue for your customers while giving them more options and reason to come back to you, right? This is a quick case study around Childek and Omoke Oge, right? Omoke Oge started her business as a small business owner in Pedro, right, with 200,000, right? And she was able to grow steadily, opening her first batch in 2015 and then expanding into about 7 locations in 2023. And then Childek came and then she, latched onto it. She was able to explore that digital infrastructure from logistics to payments and the likes. In May 2025, according to Childek's data, Omoke Oge had delivered over 500,000 meals, right? And had an estimated revenue of about 2.3 billion naira, right? This is something she couldn't have achieved if she had focused on her regular business model, which is to sit, within the confines of her store and sell. She was able to latch up on digital infrastructure, payments, logistics, and likes to grow her business. So this is what is possible when we open our minds to more digital and payment infrastructures and solutions within our businesses, right? The big picture for me here is to look at where we are today as an SME, recognize our power as a building force for Africa solutions, and also recognize that without payments, we can't have the impact that we so desire. And then looking at our current infrastructure to realize that what payment solution will work best for me and how can I scale. This brings me to the end of my presentation. I'm open to take questions and answer any inquiry that they may have. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. Thank you so much, Chizarum Amago, for that um, precise, very apt presentation. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. And I also love the fact that you actually highlighted the successful story of Amoke. Because it's one of those very typical story, you know, of one of the businesses that has actually embraced digital payment solutions. I mean, think about it. She sells amala. I mean, amala. I mean, this abola that we know in Nigeria. Oh, no. I mean, this is something that people say, oh, amala. How would I, you know? How do I think of integrating, you know, digital payment solution, you know, or even transforming my business digitally? I only sell amala. But this is the woman. I'm okay with a clear example. So I must say, no business is too small for digital transformation or for integrating digital payment solutions. And I think the word indeed small, you know, when you say small and medium enterprises, it's in its own way a bane itself, because it makes some of them think, oh, because I'm a small business, you know, I should remain small, you know, I shouldn't think digital expansion. But this highlighting the story of Amoke is just quite profound. So thank you so much, Chizirum Amago, for that awesome session. But I'm sure some entrepreneurs watching us right now will be thinking, what's the next step for me? I mean, you've highlighted already, okay, knowing the payment solution, but there's a whole lot. I mean, there are a whole lot of payment solutions out there. So can you give us again a clear roadmap to helping an entrepreneur joining us today on how to pick out that precise, or let's say maybe this entrepreneur has never transformed his business digitally, or maybe has transformed using social media platforms, but now he's now thinking of including payment solutions, digital payment solutions. So what is your advice to such a person that is just starting out? Please share. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Happiness. Really, first of all, you have to understand the kind of business that you are in, right? So are you an on-prem business, right? Meaning that you have a physical store and you want your customers to come into your store to buy. So for instance, that would be if you sell beauty solutions or beauty products that people want to try out before they buy, right? Is that your business model? Or are you an e-commerce business where you do not have to have a physical store? You know, you can sell from your Instagram page, you can have your website. Also looking at your customer base, where are they and what do they prefer, right? Once you understand the kind of business that you have and then the kind of customers that you want to serve, that helps you in choosing the best digital payment solution. So if you have a physical business, you definitely would want to have a POS machine, because it means that people want to come to your store and they'll most likely be making payments with their cards, right? You want to have access, you want them to have access to mobile app payment, that they're able to make transfers on the spot, right? If you have an e-commerce business or you have an online business, you must take cognizance of that fact that you might need a payment gateway, meaning that on your website, customers can make payments directly without the need to provide you with cash or the need to slot their card into a particular POS machine, right? Also, what your customers prefer, right? You also need to put in place convenience for your customers, because most times in sales, more convenience will equal more sales, right? So you have to address all of these um, deterrents and also now make an informed decision. Also looking at costs. Cost is also very important, right? And looking at how easy it is to um, integrate these solutions to your existing systems. So these are some of the key things that you need to look out for when you're choosing, a digital payment solution for an SME.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chizarim, for answering that question. So to our viewers, I mean, I'm sure you've learned a lot. You've received a whole lot of insights from Chizarim Amaga's session. If you have questions regarding several of the things that he has touched on, please kindly drop your questions in the chat box. I'm sure our speakers will be most delighted to take on your questions. So, Chizarim, please stay put. I mean, I'm coming right back to you in a moment. I'd like to take our next speaker right now. Our seasoned, phenomenal woman. I'll be kicking off with the amazing and fantastic Mary Jane Okpala, our seasoned fintech and payments leader over the years. Please share with us your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so I would
we
be
can hear
going.
you now.
Okay, great. I will be sharing my screen in a bit. Give me a minute. Let me pull that up. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
Not yet. Not yet.
Give me a minute.
So our viewers, you can kindly go ahead and drop your questions. Drop your questions. Now is the time to drop your questions so we can compile them and see how much of your questions we can attend to today. Okay, Mary Jane, over to you.
Please confirm if you can see my screen now.
Clearly, we can see it clearly.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Hello, my amiable speakers. Introduce, my name is Mary Jane Opala, a seasoned senior grade here at BusinessDay, and I would like to begin by, asking a question that I know is something that we may all be able to relate to, right? And my question is, as an SME, how many of us has ever lost a customer just because we couldn't accept the payment method they wanted to use? Maybe the customer didn't have cash, maybe your POS wasn't working, or your bank transfer didn't reflect immediately and you needed to, go call on the manager to come confirm the payments. I mean, at the end of the day, the truth is most customers are looking out for speed, most customers are looking out for trust, most customers are looking for convenience, and that is pretty much why digital payments are no longer an option for SMEs. They are basically the lifeline for growth. As an SME, you must be able to accept digital payments. You don't want a situation where your customers come, they're not able to pay because your payment method wasn't conducive for them. And you may ask why digital payment matters. Why does it matter to you as an SME? Why is it important for you to, right? I would like to say that there are 4 key ways in which digital payment matters for your business. So one is the reach of customers, right? Once you begin to accept digital payments, you're no longer limited to just walk-ins. You can sell across cities, you can sell across countries. You could be in Nigeria and sell to people in China, sell to people in UK, sell to people in Canada. you know Two is convenience, right? Customers no longer want the stress of having to carry cash, all thanks to COVID, when the world at large realized, we could do digital payments. People needed to buy things and they needed to pay, right? You want to be able to give your customers as many options as possible. Three would be trust and professionalism. When you have structured payment channels, your customers tend to take you more seriously. So imagine this: you reach out to a vendor on Instagram, you say you want to buy something, and then they send you the account number, but It's not in their business name, it's in their personal name. There is a there is a mindset you begin to subconsciously have about that business that says they don't seem structured, they don't seem organized, as a business, while using a personal name, it erodes trust. But when you reach out to a vendor on Instagram and then they send you the business name, or they send you the account number in the business name, you begin to see the business as, oh, they have some sort of structure, they are quite organized, and it builds trust because then you're not being robbed, you're sending to a proper business, right? Four is better records. I like to reiterate that for every digital transaction, there is a trace. Every transaction is traceable, right? Every transaction comes with a reference number. It helps make your bookkeeping easier. It gives you good insights for growth, and basically helps your book to be tidy. Now, what are some of the payment options available for SMEs? There are so many payment options for SMEs. But in Nigeria here, what are the payment methods predominantly used? We have bank transfers, which is the major, or would I say it's the major, but yeah, it's most acceptable. Bank transfers and USSD codes, where you get to input your account number, you get to insert your bank, and then you make your transfers. Same thing for USSD codes. USSD codes are the codes assigned to your designated bank. So say for example a GT bank, the star 737 star your account number star amount is a USSD code. You want to pay bills, you want to recharge your phones, the codes assigned to various banks, those are what we refer to as USSD codes, which is also one of the predominant payment methods here in Nigeria. Then there is POS terminals, which is the one we see everywhere, where you have some POS devices, you take your debit card, you go to the store, they debit your card for the certain amount you want. Then there is the mobile wallets. Mobile wallets acceptable in places like Ghana, in places like Kenya, and for mobile wallets we're talking MTN, Momo, Airtel, Tigo, amongst the various many other mobile wallets options that are available. Four would be payment links and QR codes, which I think is also a good payment method that has become acceptable here in Nigeria. Payment links, QR codes, where your customers can just scan to make payments. And these are fantastic for online vendors, for Instagram vendors, WhatsApp sellers, where you get to send a link to your customers and they pay directly using that link. Now, for payment links, you can add code your payment links such that you've inserted the exact amounts due to a particular customer, and that customer doesn't have to impute amounts. All they need to do is make the payment directly, as the amount has already been imputed. That also helps your business to you know or help you as a business owner to know who made what payments and what they paid for. Fifth is e-commerce gateways. This is for businesses who have websites. You're able to integrate a checkout solution like BotPay, or you consume their APIs to help you accept cards, to help you accept transfers, or even international payments. What are some of the benefits for what are some of or before we go to benefits, I'd like to spotlight an SME who is also one of our customers today, NXXN campaign. This business started literally by accepting just bank transfers, but today with BotPay, they've been able to scale to accept payments from anywhere in the world, from their customers in Ghana, in Kenya, in Nigeria, cut across the various payment methods via the checkout options, via the bank transfers, via cards, via payment links. So as an SME, as a business owner, you want to be sure that you have various payment methods for your customers. You do not want a situation where a customer comes and they're unable to make payments, because you couldn't accept the payment method that they wanted. What are some of the benefits to SMEs? What would you say are some of the benefits as an SME for you to use digital payments? One will be faster payments, right? Which basically helps improve your cash flow. And Digital payments just means that your money is quick. You get it instantly. You don't have to wait days for you to reconcile the transfers or even chase after customers that have said, oh, I will send it later. And faster payments improve your cash flow. As an SME, you need cash flow. You need to pay your vendors. You need to pay your suppliers, and that really is the lifeline of any small business. Two is reduced risk, right? It helps keeps your business safer. Handling bulky cash can be very risky. You're talking miscounting of the cash, you're talking theft, you're talking staff pilfering. You are able to erode all of those things with digital payments. With digital payments, you don't have to worry yourself about somebody stealing your money. The money goes directly into your bank account, leaving less room for losses. It makes it easier for you to just track who made the payment, where the payment was sent to. Three would be access to credit. It helps you build a financial identity as a business owner. You want to have a financial identity, and digital payments really just helps you, leaves a record so that when banks or even fintech see your constant sales history, they are able to evaluate you for overdrafts, they're able to evaluate you for loans or even credit lines without needing complicated collateral. There are a lot of fintechs today, there are a lot of loan houses that you can go to, and you don't have to go with the collateral. All they would request from you is your consistent sales history to show that you receive funds, you have good track record. Last but not the least, on benefits to SMEs will be the global opportunities, and this is really just expansion beyond borders. Just like I had highlighted with one of the SMEs today in Nigeria that has grown significantly from where they started, and it just really reiterates that digital payments no longer is limited by geography. With the right platform, a customer in another city or even outside Nigeria can actually pay you without being here. As an SME, you're selling clothes, you're selling chin chin, you're selling zobo, you're selling bubus or adires. You are able to get payment from your customers in different parts of the world. Um, some of the challenges that may arise as an SME with digital payment, which is some of the questions that you might have, would be, oh, the fees are high, there's fraud risk. Hey, it's important to know that for every challenge that arises on with digital payment, there's also a solution. For high fees, you have the option to compare providers and choose effective ones that suit your business. There are a lot of payment providers out there that will charge you as less as 20 naira, as less as 50 naira, or even lesser depending on your transaction ticket size. So you want to compare and choose the one that best suits your business. Then we move on to fraud risk, right? As an SME, you are prone to fraud. The likelihood that somebody is going to scam your business or scam you or scam your customers is pretty high. So you want to ensure that you're using security tools, you're enabling two-factor authentication on your account, you're relying on fraud detection alerts from your provider. So most providers would offer you some fraud detection alert. You want to utilize that, you want to, ensure that you are using that. You also want to ensure that your POS or even your gateway provider is PCI DSS compliant. And when you get PCI DSS compliant, that really just means that they follow a global security standard that has been set out by the very big card schemes like Visa cards, like MasterCard, like Discover, to just ensure that the cardholders' details are safe and reduces fraud. So in simple terms, you can say it's proof that the company basically handles secure payments, right? Or handles payments in a responsible and secure way that could help ensure that, the data is encrypted, access is controlled, systems are regularly tested for weakness, so you can think of it as like the gold standard for payment security. So you want to also select a partner that has been able to acquire the PCI DSS compliance certificates. You're thinking data encryption, data protection, where they've encrypted your data, stored and transmitted. You're thinking network security, firewalls, intrusion detection, access restrictions. You're also thinking access control, limiting who can see sensitive data, monitoring and testing, where they have to log, they have to do vulnerability scans, they have to do penetration testing, they have to do some good procedures and policies on staff training, incident response, audits, regular audit. So as a business, you want to look out for, as an SME, you want to look out for a provider that is PCI DSS compliant. So when you hear that, oh, this fintech or this payment processor is PCI DSS compliant, you can be rest assured that they've gone through the necessary level of global security standards. Then there's also customer resistance. As an SME, I'm sure that we might have come across some customers who will say, oh, I don't want to use this payment method. I'm not comfortable with it. Say for example, the payment links. They tell you, oh, I'm not comfortable with it. It's on you as the SME, as the business owner, to educate them and let them know that it's a safe and secure way. It's on you to show them how easy it is to use such a payment method. Then the predominant one that we are all pretty much conversant with would be the network downtimes or even failed transaction. As an SME, for those who have working stores where you have to come in, you might experience downtime. Say, for example, if you're using the POS devices, the solution to that is just always ensure that you have backup channels ready. So if your predominant payment method is POS, you want to have bank transfer as an alternative. You want to have QR code as an alternative. You want to have payment links as an alternative, just so you don't lose deals, so you don't lose sales, right? And I'd like to leave us with a few things. Which is, as an SME, you want to start small. You want to start today. You want to keep records, because keeping records is it cannot be overemphasized, right? And most importantly, choose a partner that wants to grow with you. A lot of partners out there, might be on the side of collecting payments, but as an SME, as a business, you want to ensure that when you're picking your payment provider, you want to pick one that is willing to grow with you, one that is willing to, highlight your business, show it to the world, understands your journey. And last but not least, I'd like to say that digital payments equals trust, equals growth, equals opportunity, right? You want to make sure that as a business, you are not just receiving money from your customers. You want to ensure that your customers are comfortable paying you. You want to ensure that you've built trust. And for every payment, it's really not just money in the bank, money that has come in. It's growth, it's proof of opportunity, it's proof of trust. And the earlier you embrace digital payment as an SME, the faster your business can grow, the faster your business can move beyond the world, can scale across borders, and digital payments aren't just transactions, they are the passport that will open your business to more opportunities out there, more investors, and more people to see your business out there. So as a business owner, you want to look out for very specific things that I would summarize before I round up my speech, which is, you want to look out for a provider that is willing to grow with you. You want to look out for different payment methods that may be suitable for your business as a business owner. So if POS is expensive, you want to lean to bank transfers that may be cost incentive. You want to check out other payment methods that will be acceptable by your customers cut across the world. I like to say that SMEs have the potential to be the next big unicorn business if you're able to start your journey on digital payments and scale effectively using various digital payment options. So that will bring me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much. I'll take your questions. Hi, Happiness. If you're speaking, you're muted.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much, Mary Jane Opala, for that very insightful segment. I mean, you touched on a whole lot. And I also love the fact that you were able to make SMEs, make entrepreneurs see that digital payment solutions are not just, the trend. They are actually growth engines. They are a way to scale your business. They're a way to grow your revenue. And it's not just growing your revenue, growing a whole lot, building trust, giving your customers convenience. I always say this across the projects I work on. I say, as long as you are an SME, either you're in e-commerce, you're in retail, whatever sector you find yourself, you are a convenience store. So, which means you're basically just selling convenience to your customers. So it's gonna be easier, it's gonna be faster, it's gonna be seamless. And we're talking payments, we're talking checking out. And I once worked on a project with a client, a fashion brand, and literally at a point in time, we had grown her followership. She was doing well on Instagram and several other platforms as well. And she basically at that point in time didn't see the need, for having like a well integrated payment checkout and all of that across all her at touch points. And on her website, even still having a website, she would still tell people to make payments manually and send screenshots. All of those things were happening. And then along the way, she discovered that her staff was stealing from her. Why? Because she had no digital payment system in place, to track all of these things. And then she got frustrated, and then we had to help her integrate these payment solutions into her business. And guess what? We discovered that within just a span of 4 to 7 months, her sales actually tripled. Her sales tripled. So I understand completely, coming from you as a senior growth lead, the importance of all that you have shared with us. But now my question to you is, bordering on the area of, there's something called the diffusion of innovation, whereby a particular novel idea that is new to a community or new to an economy is accepted. There are still some people, we call them laggards, they're usually like the last set of people to accept that this digital payment solution will help my business grow. So I just wanted to give them, answer the questions in their hearts as regards to, do I really need this? Why must I use the digital payment solutions to grow my business? Please hammer on this again.
Okay, thank you so much. So to just answer your question, right? A lot of like you mentioned, the laggards that seem to be so against digital payments. See, I understand that for some of them it might be the worry of documentation.
Fake alerts, yeah.
Yes, fake alerts, or even getting the required CSC document registration. And that is why there is the mobile wallet option. With mobile wallet, you don't necessarily need so much documentation. So with just your phone number, you're able to do transactions, right? As an SME, what digital payment will do for you is what the traditional can never do. You are talking increased sales. I will paint a very clear picture. Let's take an SME who sells bags, right? And you sell your bags for 20,000 naira. Now your staff, or rather, let's take a salon. A salon business is a better example. As a salon business, you make hairs, you do hairs, or you make your hairs for 10,000 naira. Your staff comes and says, "Oh, the customer paid 10,000 naira," whereas they've given your customer a higher price. But because you do not have a way to receive payment other than cash, your staff continues to steal from you. Now imagine a situation where you digitize all of your payment methods. Your customers directly have to send the payments to your accounts. Your pricing has been put there. You use an coded payment method that already shows the customer the amount they are to pay. Imagine what that would do for your business. Your sales is going to triple, reduce costs. It really just helps you, your administrative overhead errors compared to manual processing. Like, it helps you reduce, you didn't do your calculations correctly, your money wasn't complete, your money was short a certain amount, or even giving excess change. You might have staff that probably are not so good with counting, and they needed to have given a customer a change of 2,000 naira, but somehow had made an error to give the customer a change of 5,000 naira. With digital payments, you are able to erode all of those
Mitigate
things.
all of that.
Exactly. Yes, there's instant payment confirmation. The POS devices available out there today allows for you to confirm transfers instantly and print out receipts immediately. Unlike many years back when a customer makes a transfer, you need to call the manager to, confirm the payment, you keep the customer waiting there. Now, the customer makes payment, you're able to generate e-receipts that you can
Yes.
give to the customer, you're able to print out the live receipts that you can also give to the customer. So it really cannot be overemphasized. And it's also understandable if the word is CSC document. You can literally start up your business with fintechs that probably might not require you to, come with so much documentation. You can sign up
Yes, exactly.
personal business, but you're able to use the business name. You want to explore all of those options. And to round it up as an SME that wants to grow, if you set a target for yourself to say, at the end of the year, I want to make 5,000 sales on my products, you should and must be able to use digital payment. The options are limitless. You get to expand your reach. You want your product to go global. Then you want to use digital payment that allows for you to receive payment from different parts of the world. They say word of mouth is the fastest form of advert, is the fastest form of communication. You want people to know that I can buy this thing from this brand and I am able to pay from the comfort of my home in the US without having to go to Nigeria. So it really cannot be overemphasized. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I think it's Happiness's network.
Okay. So just before her, okay, I think she's dialing in again. Okay.
Okay, sorry for that. We're back right now. Thank you so much, Mary Jane Alpala, for that very great question, rather answer to the question. So right now we're moving straight on our building of momentum. Moving on right now to the seasoned and vast Ganiyu. Over to you, sir. Please share with us your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second. Just let me know if you can see.
Yes, we can. We can see your screen now.
Thank you for having me. I think my other team members, because we are both in the same field, I've been doing this for a bit. I've spoken about almost everything we really want to do in this industry. When I started, I heard about the Amoke story, and in my mind, that was my same example. But I thought about it. Even your fuel station has changed. I basically have to use my car at fuel stations. I basically drive to a fuel station now to get money. I buy fuel and I get money from them, and things have really changed. And coming from where we're coming from, because I'm kind of old and I've probably been through almost everything in this industry. Yeah, but let me go to my presentation. So the first thing is I focused on SME strategy, and because I did see the impressive people you're going to be, and sort of sensed where they'll be going to in terms of the presentation. But I don't believe there's a digital payment strategy. I believe it's just payment strategy because things have evolved so much. But before I go into it, I want to tell you about how Nigeria has come and we're doing payments in Africa, how we're leading payments in Africa, and one of the things we're seeing on that front. Being almost 20 years in this profession, I have basically seen every day. But my pull out some data just to help. In Nigeria now, in 2016, we had about like 6 million accounts. But how we got here is very interesting because I remember when we started banking and we all had to open an account with 1,000 or 5,000 there, and the banks came in and started opening zero-based accounts. And American banking, we used to joke about zero accounts. We say if you don't want accounts. But the interesting part was those were the guys in universities back then who opened zero bank accounts and later started using their accounts. Today, as a country, we have 331 million accounts. That means that on an average, an individual has 5 million accounts in the country. And I'm using mostly needs data just to show us something. We have moved from an NIP transaction of 2016, and NIP started 2011. And NIP, I usually joke, is the third real-time payment system in the country. I say, and I hope the people in news never catch me saying this, it's the slowest, but the most efficient. And it basically changed the way we do instant transfers in the country, and it became wildfire. You would see that between 2016 to 2024, we have moved from 140 million transactions in a year to 11 billion transactions at the end of last year, as of 2014. We did 11 billion. We did the value transaction, sorry, I forgot the naira values. You have 33 trillion in the same 2016. Now we did over 1,000 trillion. Sorry, I couldn't call quadrillion with a straight face, so 1,000 trillion would just be the right thing. But the BBN enrollment is 62. Now, what we have seen is, you're saying that on average, a Nigerian has 5 accounts on an average. That's what we're saying. 5 different accounts. It tells something, and when we go into things like recurring payments, you know why Nigerians do recurring payment, but they have accounts to do it, and everybody has a transactional account. And most of us now have either mobile money accounts or microfinance accounts, and we use it for transactions while we still kept our commercial banking accounts. So where do I want to focus on? I think the focus for me is, what do SMEs really need when it comes to digital payments? I think everybody leads with, I want the POS, I want a card, I want this, I want that. I think we should take a step back and say, what do you need to do? Can you define what you want to do? I remember we were talking about Amoke. Amoke probably still has not changed most of our process on how she collects and spends money and collects money. But what has changed is technology. But she had to, at that point, decide what exactly our process is and how does she pick what she needs. Because if you don't decide your process as an SME, you would never be able to pick the right payment method for you or the right services for you. And in my mind, I believe your guidelines should be, how do I pay? How do I collect? How do I reconcile? How do I report? How do I optimize my collection, my payment, my reconciliation, and my reconciliation and also reporting? How do I optimize my service? Then how do I innovate? And innovate is there something else I should be doing? Is there something more I should take on that I should do as a business? Is there opportunities even in the payment industry that I want to take? Can I do something on how to get my waiters to pay more? Do I want to let them collect their tips in a certain way? And I can give a long list of case studies on how basically digital payments has changed everything. I could imagine when some ride hailing used to collect cards, they used to collect cash, they used to collect cards. Now they allow their customers to do cards. But I can tell you that most people that pay for their ride hailing services, you do a transfer to the driver. So things have changed, but when we zero in on the case study, but we should zero in on the lives, on our own lives. And if you see how your life has changed, you should expect that your customer's life has changed. They are doing a lot more. 5 accounts, everybody, you walk into a Nigerian bank, you come up with the USSD, you come with a mobile app, you get internet banking, and you probably get the cheapest card in the whole Africa, less than $1 in the whole Africa. And to just put it to you, Nigerian transaction fees is probably one of the lowest on the continent, especially when it comes to card acquisition, POS transactions, for the merchant, even transfers. I was in the country recently, and to transfer less than, I would say to transfer less than $2-3, so we're talking about less than 10K, is over 1,153 naira. While Nigeria, our max transfer is 50 naira. And Nigeria is transferring using 50 naira, which is about 3 cents, to transfer something that's big as $160,000. So, as an SME, the question you ask yourself is, this has all changed. There is a lot to take in payments, but I need to define my process, and I need to have the best way to pick the right systems to build my strategy. So if I was going to build my strategy, what would I recommend? I would say you should define your business process, identify your payment needs, going back to what I just showed you as guardrails. In everything, I have been a banker and I've been in fintech. I would say this: reach out to your banks and reach out to the payment service providers. They will give you either similar things or different things. And what you should do with that is to reconcile and say, this is what I want. But you remember, you have your goals, you know your payment needs, you already have your own strategy that you want to work from a business perspective. So you're getting all this information and you're evaluating the impact of this on your business process and your systems. Now, some people think systems. Writing down the book is a system. Taking your POS receipts and taking a picture of it is a system. You don't have to have the ARPs, but this also goes to people who are paid much money to buy ARPs, accounting systems, and things like that. It's the same logic. Select your preferred payment product or service and provider. Because I'm deep in the industry, I would say always take one bank and take fintech, or take 2 banks and take fintech. But you can only handle that if you have a robust system to handle multiple people. Then you have to train your team. You really have to train your team on how they use technology. In payment, we always say pilots, which basically means before you roll out to everywhere, one small shop, one small product, one small section, try it out and see how it works. I used to have a boss that used to say, well, if you do the product, take it to either Okari or Idumota. If you can get people to use it, and you can use it within the time you want to use it, then it looks like it would work. So try and rough it up a bit. See whether it works for you. If it works, roll it out. If it doesn't work, go back to the drawing board, call your partners back. There's competition in the industry. So as an SME, you know that 2 or 3 people are fighting for your business. Then always review periodically. So this helps you to ensure that you have the best service, you can move to the better service, and you can do all of this. So just to tell you, there are products and there are people you should partner with. First of all, I say always go to your bank. Go to your microfinance bank. Either you have a commercial bank or microfinance bank or mobile money operator. As in my own view, they are all the same. But I would say that commercial banks are bigger. They seem to be able to do more complex stuff. But you now have microfinance banks who are basically new banks. They are more digitally savvy, and you have the older ones as well, depending on your label. Mobile money operators are also doing great. They basically are the new wave of fintechs that we have leading the way. But when it comes to fintechs, and then basically, I would say about it's settled down. The first is the enterprise system, and you see fintechs who basically can do everything for you, payout, collections, all of that. They can do almost everything you want them to do. If your SME is mature enough, reach out to them. If you just want to collect your money and you just want to get POS somewhere or e-commerce, there are also much of course PSPs. Then the agency network is, and that's one thing you should look at. Some agency network are actually helping SME businesses. Because you can earn some money, you can borrow from them as well to improve your businesses. and it's been helping a lot of people. Then there's digital assets and crypto exchange. This is very new, but I know a lot of people are using it. From using this they're using it because it helps their business in ways that traditional businesses are not using it. Though you have to be careful. Regulation is sec. Make sure you comply with regulation. Make sure you always work for AML risk. And if there's anything that will tell you, just because you got it, you did a successful transaction, does not mean you will not face any of the regulators tomorrow to come and explain what you really did. Now, SMEs also are basically one of the larger importers in the country. They do a lot of importation. And so you have to look at who's your FX provider. If your transaction is within the FX manual, and which means that central bank says you can take out money legally, please always go to your bank. It's cheaper, except if you don't like the documentation process. There's also the BDCs and there's the IMTOs, the money remittance companies. And this is very important, especially if you're exporting. And your customers are still paying you via transfers or one of the remittance companies. You should actually look into how they operate and how best, so that you can recommend the best to your customers outside the country. And the reason why you say this is this. You would, and when you look at the female fashion, you will find out that almost every tailor in Lagos has a client in US, UK. They're doing $50, $100, $200, $500 worth of sewing and exporting that outside the country. So understanding IMTO really works. You see people exporting fish. If you probably travel outside the country, one of the things that you see is dried catfish, dried goat meat. So you need to look at that as well and start recommending your preferred IMTO to your customer in whichever country you are in. But there's also something that is not seen, but they are basically the entities that help the business run very well. And those are the ecosystem support. Depending on the size of your SMEs, and consultant does not mean somebody paid. It just means somebody who's slightly more knowledgeable about the industry, a formal banker, somebody who will do payment, who can give you for free, who can do it for paid for you. You should engage them to help you design your payment strategy, to help you fuse it together. There are also people who are technical integrators. Not every SME has IT officers or who are programming people that can do it. So there are a couple of them across, and you probably talk to your bank and fintech, and they might be able to give you one. Some banks and fintechs also provide this hosting services. When you look at Amocare, for example, Amocare sells another. But the real people behind I don't know if I can mention them so that these days they charge ad money. But there's a whole entity behind her that probably is giving her ERP services and helping her sell. So when you look at it, they are ERP providers to her. We don't look at them, we just think that they are delivery company. They are basically providing an enterprise management solution for her to sell, and they're providing a platform for her. And then they are card vessels. They are probably the oldest in the industry, and they've been there for a bit.
Wow,
But
fantastic.
there's also something there as well, which are reconciliation providers. Most SMEs don't have the ability to reconcile their transactions. We've been seeing that people have had a lot of tax issues because of that. I think that's all.
Fantastic. I mean, it was so good, Mr. Ganiu. Thank you for delving deeper into the roadmaps that SMEs can actually follow. Well, Mr. Ganiu, thank you so much for that awesome, insightful segment. We'll come back to you shortly, but I'd like to take on our next speaker right now, another phenomenal woman. She's still here? Okay. So please let's welcome Abiola Jinadu Matthew. Thank you. You have the stage now.
Thank you so much for having us. Please confirm that you see my screen.
Clearly, we can see it clearly.
Okay, awesome. Hi everyone, good afternoon again. Sorry, I just said that. Okay, good afternoon again. I have lived on both sides of digital payments, and so I worked 3 years leading the marketing. Leading the marketing team at BusinessDay. And I spent a lot of that time just encourage SMEs to go digital. I mean, many of them have questions. Many of them will say that, can they really trust? Will the charges not be too much? Will it eat into like the margin, their profit margin? And I was also responsible for creating partnerships with SMEs. What are the ecosystems that we could pull on board and get into reaching more SMEs pretty much. And and now I own my business, and it's almost like not promoting digital payments anymore, but I'm now seeing the challenges that they were facing and they were trying to get me to help them solve. And it really just hit me at the time that digital payments are not just about moving money. For SMEs, we need to trust. It will help us be efficient. It will help us grow. And so that's just what I'll just speak to my about 6 months now, and a bit of my experience marketing digital payments. So, as an SME founder now, the struggles are real, like that I can say, and we juggle different apps. Bank transfers, spending hours reconciling at the end of the month, and Mr. Gani just that was pretty much the last point before he finished speaking. Some of the fees are high, cutting into already thin margins. Customers still hesitate. We have people who still prefer cash and not trusting digital payments. For those of us who serve some of our clients abroad, issues with international payments, that can be a nightmare. And some platforms just, don't support our banks. So for example, I think it was May. Yes, in May, I had one of the very first client that I onboarded in the US. She wanted to make payment, right? And she didn't know about World Remit. So I reached out to her and, sorry, chat is going on, just to be sure. Okay, so I reached out to her. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I reached out. I told her about World Remit, and my bank wasn't on the platform. Like the bank that I had signed up to use for my business, my payments and whatnot. So I had to go set up create any bank account, and then that was what she saw that we could use. So there's that. Some platforms, aside from not supporting the bank, it takes weeks or some days to get settled, and the exchange rates again are painful. So just quickly moving on. So there's, aside from cross-border struggles, there's still an opportunity. For me, I think it was Majin who tagged digital payments being equal to growth, and that being a strategy. And I totally agree with that. I've discovered that it's not just about collecting money. Digital payments help us grow as SMEs. And just speaking to the point, while I was at WordPay, I saw SMEs who checked their reports and discovered patterns. And there was one particular person who realized that most of her sales happened on the weekends. And so she was able to launch weekend discounts and grow her sales. In terms of access to credit, I know, I believe it was, I'm not sure who spoke to that, but another business had struggled to get bank loans at first. But 1 year of consistent digital transactions, their history spoke for them. And they were able to access credit eventually. And then the third point on that, efficiency and scale. So in my business at the moment, just being able to receive payments internationally has helped us work with clients in the UK, in Canada, in the US, aside from Nigeria. And while yes, there's still a bit of challenge, there's still challenges on receiving payments internationally, but I feel like once that's sorted, it would unlock bigger opportunities for us. So digital payments is not just a back office tool, it's truly a growth strategy. And I'll just quickly share practical tips for us SME owners. How can we make digital payments work better for us? First of all, definitely picking the right partner. I already shared a bit on this, and I'm trying to rush because of time. I know that most SMEs, while I was about pay, the struggle was, okay, let me go with the cheaper option. What is the cheapest? And then much later they complained that, oh, I was using this particular platform, customer service wasn't so great and whatnot. So it's important that you choose a partner that's reliable, that's transparent, and can grow with you. Second point on educating customers, I already shared how I educated several of my clients in May. As a new business, I know that there are people that have had to introduce to platforms just to receive payment. And customers actually need reassurance, so it's important that you educate your customers. And finally, in terms of like using your data, don't just collect your payments. It's important that you look at your records, right? In my business, I've noticed that most payments come in mid-month, and that's pretty much when my clients are balancing their accounts. So I ensure that, the insight has helped me time invoices better, let me put it that way. And just to quickly wrap up, because I'm gotten like 3 messages now. I'm saying that digital payments are not just a tool, they're a growth engine. And what do I really mean by this? I would say that I would even maybe just advise both sides of the conversation. So fintechs, you guys have built amazing platforms. I think it's important to continue listening to SMEs, because I did reach out to like the partner that I mentioned that we didn't see like their bank on the platform that the client was trying to make payments with, and they were able to receive that feedback, working on it. It makes us easier. It makes things easier for us when like we receive feedback from us. And in terms of the SMEs, I would want us to not just see digital payments as a burden. It's an investment, right? I know that a couple of us talk about like the charges and whatnot, hidden fees, but it's more as an investment in our growth. If we start small, it's like a platform for us to grow at the end of the day. It's not just, oh, we have this tech. It's able to help us scale. And then also I'll just put it to even the fintechs that if we have the right support, we have the right transparency, it helps us innovate. And I really think that at this point, sorry, just got another message. Apologies. Okay. Sorry, I'll just stop here. Happiness, I'm sorry if I took up the time, but yeah, just thank you so much. I would stop sharing my screen now. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Happiness. You're on mute.
So sorry, I just saw you mentioned you have to wrap up about 1:54. Apologies. Okay. Oh, you're muted.
Because of time, I would have to wrap up right now. But I'll formally like to thank all our speakers for today. I mean, you all have insights. Well, thank you so much for sharing your expertise with us today on SME Clinic. Thank you, the amazing Mary Jane Okwala. Thank you so much. Our growth lead. And a super thank you to Mr. Ganiu, our fine wine in strategy, and also in cross-border payments. And also special thank you to Chizuru Amago, our business executive, for so great having you all. Finally, special thank you to the super phenomenal Abiola, Jenadu, Matthew. I wish we could have 5 hours, literally, but time.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business standards of BusinessDay. If you really mean business, in Nigeria. Start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.